Welcome back to US 1 Billiards, the home of Jason Shaw. There's plenty of trophies inside these four walls, and this week we have brought the Premier League pool. It's been a fantastic week so far. VIP live crowd, JJ, it's been fantastic.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Different faces every day. Some staying the entire 8 days and more coming tonight to see these best players.
Oh, I was just going to say, just behind us, JJ, we've got Jason Shaw's kids. It looks like we're on babysitting duties today as well. Right, let's have a look at what has been going on here this week. This is the league table. SVB still at the top. Only lost 2 matches out of 17. Let's not forget, this is a race to 5. He's playing some great pool. Fedor, Ko, Ping Chung, Skylar Woodward. The last few days, he's been awesome to get himself back up into the leaderboard. Albin Ouschan only just survived last night because David Al-Qaedi, who you see at the bottom with just 1 win, that was the very last match he played. Because he won, Albin made it through, but it's not been a good day today, JJ, for Albin.
No, it's really been a lot of the same. No one making a huge change. Zielinski dropped a bit, but a lot of them are stacked from, 2 to 7 or 2 to 8. It's really 9 and 10 that are struggling.
Yeah, the top 6 qualify in stage 2. That will be at the end of tomorrow evening's play. So still plenty of matches, still plenty of action here. And let's have a look what we've got in store for you this evening. Well, this is on table 1. We're going to start with the world number 1, the defending champion, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. He's going to play Ko Ping. Then SVB. He's been practicing non-stop in the break again. The only pool player in the building practicing. He's going to play Ko Ping Chung. Gorst against T. Chung back on the table against his brother. And then Fedor against Ko Ping Chi. So it's pretty much a night of the Ko's. And then we're going to finish off with a classic SVB against Fedor. Right, up to table 2. This is available on Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Gorst versus Zielinski will kick things off. Fedor against Albin, Zielinski, Ruiz, Skylar Woodward. Albin against his World Cup of pool buddy Mario He. And then Ruiz against Fedor Gorst. Plenty of world-class 9-ball pool action coming up. Every match looks like a final. Right, let's get you guys into the action. We know you want to watch some pool. It's going to be Ruiz versus Ko Ping. This is the lag. This will determine who breaks first.
These look very good. Ruiz looks a little the best here. And he's been a hard one to figure in this event, right? I mean, kind of if you just watch here and there, you would think he's just totally on form, or in form, rather. But the record would tell you otherwise, and it's just been some funny wins and funny losses for world number 1.
Yeah, well, he just sits outside. Sorry, JJ, qualification round as he scratches on the break. He's in 7th place, but he is tied with 6, which is Fedor Gorst on 10 points, along with Victor Zielinski, who's in 8th on 10 points.
Yeah, and those differences there, even though you could hear Carl with the same amount of wins, is, of course, rack differential, racks 1. The head-to-head is the only thing that won't start over, or carry over, rather. It does start over in this final 10, but everything else that we've seen in the first 5 days will have direct impact if it comes down to it in some type of tiebreaker situation. So he didn't fall exactly how he wanted, evidently, taking a little time to look around. Maybe just wanted to see what would be ideal on the 4. Gotta believe it's 2 rails, maybe the draw stroke. Yeah, it's the draw stroke for sure.
think a lot of the time when a player kind of steps back up and rechecks, they're just making sure they've not missed something too obvious, haven't they, JJ?
Yeah, absolutely. Or, a little voice in the head will say, hey, look around again, just to make sure. And I think you got to listen to those little voices, as long as it's not, some type of argument with the other side of your brain. But those things come up for a good reason. Now 3 rails around, most likely. Now on this shot, he wants to go all the way around. Doesn't want to end up short or thin on the 7. The speed looks really nice. Quite a few of the fans taking a page out of SVB's book. They've been playing nonstop. Maybe his a little motivating for the players around here at US1 Billiards. And all of them have been great, really. You can tell just definitely pull people, and very, very happy and grateful that this event has come here to West Haven.
JJ, what is it about SVB? He's at the top of the table, he's playing well. Why does he still stick around and put a 2.5-hour practice session?
Well, it's just that kind of nature of habit, right? And if you ever go up and stay with him, which I did a couple years ago up there in South Dakota, I mean, same thing for breakfast, same thing for lunch, same thing for dinner. The only thing he may change up is the lure on his fishing rod, just in case the fish aren't biting, right? But yeah, he's a creature of habit, and you wouldn't believe how many of the greatest in sports and other things are the same.
Gorst took the opening rack. Zielinski scratched halfway through. That gives Gorst ball in hand. He'll be breaking in rack 2.
Yeah, and we kind of wondered if Zielinski may have a bit of a hangover with such a great start here in this PLP. Somewhat maybe like Pelivanovic last year. But it's been pretty steady stuff for him. Of course, not on the pace he was those first few days, but, I mean, that's a hard pace to keep up, even though it seems like SVB's got it down.
Well, Gorst is currently in 6th. Victor Zielinski, who is playing on table 2, is in 8th, and they're both tied on 10 points. Rack's won 66. Rack's lost. Gorst is on 59. Zielinski is on 60. This is how tight this league is.
Yeah, it's very tight, and I was kind of looking at the amazing numbers that Shane has and some of those differentials and stuff. It's quite impressive, really.
Well, I think Rack's won. He's going to be quite a way in front, isn't he?
I'm sorry.
I think Rack's won. He's going to be. He's doing okay.
Yeah, but if you just look at the differential, you'd be amazed. I mean, it's and these are guys that are just down the road a little piece. Of course, he's going to have a huge differential with Albin and whatnot. But if you just look down at the guys that have 10 wins, right? They're doing a great job, and look at the differential between some of those and what SVB's done. So maybe the way he's feeling, which he doesn't mind this. Some would think it's extra pressure, but he's kind of got himself to the point it's maybe a little premature, but somewhat he may feel it's his tournament to win at the moment.
Yeah, he's lost 41 racks. Filler's in 2nd place. He's lost 46. Filler is on his coattails because Filler's on 13 points. Shane's on 15. They've still got to play in round 2, this group stage, so...
Yeah, Filler's close, but if you look just
close.
A little down, it starts to change quite rapidly. Oh, that's going to be too much, maybe just right. Trying to make that one. And of course, after this PLP, there's always more pool. That's the crazy thing about pool these days. It used to be a little bit of a season to where you start to get a lot of time off in the summer. It'd run heavy through the fall and winter and into the spring, but now it's pretty much year-round. But with so much coming on the horizon and so many big events for these guys, kind of feel like some of them may take a break after this PLP. And maybe a much-needed break at that. Little off angle here. He's got to, I don't know if he has to contact the 6 drawing this ball. He's got to watch out for the point a bit. Of course, the 9. It's a touchy little shot and easy to miss if you take your eye off the ball. Ooh, he just subtly hit before the side.
Well, you're talking about pool tournaments, JJ. We've not got long to wait until it's the World Pool Masters. The man at the table will be going to Germany, Hildesheim, to defend his title. That is April the 25th through to the 28th. Tickets are still available, matchroompool.com. Get your tickets. It's always a good crowd in Germany. They love their 9-ball. We'll be there as well, JJ, sweating the action and talking you all through it.
Yeah, right after that, of course, is the UK Open, but between is the Scottish Open, which sounds like was going to be one heck of a field. A lot of players will be going there, you know, between and, of course, warming up and getting settled in for that UK Open at a new venue this year. Telford, is that right?
Yeah, it's at Telford. I've not actually been there myself, but I know they have a few of the snooker events there.
You know, we talked about it earlier. A couple little mishaps in his first match today, but that's really about all you get from Ko Ping, really. You may have a miss here and there. That's just how 9-ball pool is, but you're not going to have many blunders once he starts to get going. This may have fallen a little funny. Does he have to draw the ball here? Or just take a little distance on the 9? Looks like he could cheat it going forward, but maybe not.
Played the old delay draw just to widen the angle. And it's Ko Ping, the Masters champ, who's playing okay here. He's won the opening 2. Let's not forget Sanchez Ruiz is the defending champion here. He beat Jason Shaw in last year's final.
Yeah, odds are he's the defending champion, whichever tournament you're at for 2024. Incredible stuff he did for some 18 months, it seemed.
Yeah, it was an incredible run Ruiz went on. He just seemed to be winning every big event or getting to finals that he entered, and he's still the world #1 on the World 9-Ball Tour as well. That's purely because we have so many tournaments now, so you can protect your ranking a little easier. Where's the cue ball?
Well, the first one was on him. The second one was on them pool gods, which sometimes seem like family, sometimes seem quite like an enemy, and they got him here. Another ball in hand in 3 games, 2 ball in hands. No, 3 ball in hands, excuse me. Got ball in hand in game 2 on the kick shot, the Massey kick shot that FSR came so close on. Pretty easy work overall. The 8 only has 1 pocket to the lower left. That's later in the rack, but these first 4 or 5 balls, especially ball in hand in such an open center of the table, makes for pretty stress-free work.
Table 2 is tied up. Zielinski has tied that match up. Just told you how close them two guys are in this league table now. We expect to be a lot of permutations come tomorrow evening, JJ. I'm sure the tournament director, Brendan Moore, will have his paper and pen out, figuring it all out.
Yeah, the first real tester here. And it's not much of a tester, just wanted a little more out of the cue ball. That hit dead center. Really walking that cue ball around the table nicely. Keeping the proper angle. The 8 doesn't pass the 9 to the lower right, so he needs to play about where he's at now. It'd be fine. Somewhere in the center. Oh, man, timing of the stroke is really good.
Yeah, this cue ball will come off 2 rails, not 1. Just brings the cue ball in towards the 8. Probably slightly overrun this, JJ.
Yeah, he didn't really apply as much right English as he could have. Kept it barely off center. What a touch. So that means really he's feeling pretty good about things right there. Didn't even think about checking the cue ball and put more speed. Just went ahead and went with the light one, and that's a good sign for the Ko Corporation, as you might say.
Well, it's all going the Masters Champs way here as he tries to win the Premier League pool here on day 6. He's won the opening 3 against Sanchez Ruiz. The fans have been here all week. VIP tickets is what the fans could buy, and they bought them. There's been some seats basically put all around the arena, a couple of deep, so everyone's got great views of both tables. And JJ, if you've come here as a pool fan, I mean, you could argue it's probably the best place to come and watch.
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, you get next to the tables, get as good a seat as you want, plus, you know, a great 16 guys that have really interacted with all the fans, pictures, signatures, whatever you want. Well, again, I don't think he gets, now that one opened up nice, but it doesn't seem like he gets the opening that his brother does as a whole. I mean, it looks like it takes a minute for the balls to kind of get out of the rack a bit more, but sure does make that one often.
Sanchez has not had a shot yet, has he? Just a couple of break shots. Is that right?
No, he scratched twice on the break, and he kicked it with swerve at that 2, and he's given up 3 ball in hands in 3 games, so that's really the telltale to the story. And then Ko, of course, playing it perfect since.
You would think this might happen a lot more in race to fives, but it sort of hasn't, has it, with a lot of the stuff we've watched?
Well, they're tough tables, so what we've seen sometimes is just besides a few players, really, some gifts return back and forth from some players, and then of course stellar pool as well. Ooh, I was wondering about him getting by the 4. He really didn't want to go between the 7-8, which to me was a little shocking. Really wanted to get by the 4 naturally, which I understand it, but it was a little bit of an issue. Now the 5's over the side. Any chance you play this rail first, trying to slide up the side rail and take that little cut with like a middle right ball?
The overhead tells you he's not got much angle to play with here.
I like the rail first myself. I'm pretty confident with it, but, just get what you can is what I'm saying. Just get what you can out of it.
Well, if he wants to try and get down near the 4, I don't see how he can get down there without going rail first, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's what he's doing. And, again, just take what you can here. He's not putting much side, though, so he's trying to get on the 4-9. How good did he hit this? How's the speed? Not bad. Is he not going to contemplate the combination? Okay. The way he was going to get down, I was like, wow, is he just pushing through on the safety here? But he's got to shoot at this.
Yeah, but your shot, JJ, is not the end of the world.
Yeah, it's really not.
This is not easy. He's made
He
it
just
look
floats
easy, though.
it.
That's why he's one of the top 8 players in the world. Just floats the combo in to get on the hill. JJ Ko, come sort of, mid to late end of the year, you would think this man may be featuring in the inaugural Reyes Cup, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think him and his brother both have a chance of making the team. And it'd be crazy to think one of them wouldn't make the team, right? All right, Gorst kind of overdrew his ball a little bit. Is up 2-1, but a little bit touchy on the 8.
Probably leave the cue ball where it is now, won't it? That type of area.
Yeah, he's pretty disciplined on that kind of stuff. No reason to flirt.
Well, let's back that one down. How crucial will that 8 ball prove to be?
All right. There's that awful kiss again towards the side. It's amazing how often that kiss happens as well.
It's not really been happening for Ruiz, though, has it, for the last 24 months? But certainly in this match, he's found it.
Yeah, the first scratch was on him a little thick. He just scratched naturally one rail across in the middle. Yeah, it probably feels like he's a huge underdog to make this comeback, but all these games matter, or probably will matter. I tell you, it's close enough to it. I might edge this and come straight up. I felt pretty good about it. There's just the standard safeties. Everything's kind of in the way, a little problematic. So he's just coming across this with heavy spin, just lightly. Trying to use his skills to float behind the 4. Very good.
Just wants to glance this. Oh, nearly. Could see what he was trying to do. Well, Francisco, it's simple. Just win the next 5 racks.
Looks like he may kill the cue ball between the 9 and 7. Could run the ball, could draw. Looks like now he's kind of rolling it.
Nice shot.
It's going to work.
Yeah, the flick on the 8 has helped him. If he hadn't have flicked the 8, he might have left a shot, but it wouldn't have been as easy as this. He'll just float above the middle. Bit of right English, pulls it down towards the 7.
Roll this in, hold easily for the 9 on the board in this match. Got to fade a couple of coping knees breaks, but got to start somewhere.
Is this the start that will get Francisco Sanchez Ruiz back in the match? Gorst is at the table. It's tied at 2-2. So this is the next rack after we seed him miss the 8 ball. Yep, that'll work.
Choices there on the 6, but we'll get back to table 1, keep you updated. Table 2, of course, you can watch that on your Matchroom Multi-Sport YouTube channel. Excuse me there, y'all.
Oh, beautiful. Cue ball's got kicked. This will still cut in, but it's thin.
There's always some type of kiss, it seems. Sometimes good, sometimes not so good. He's got kind of the 4-8 to use a little bit, bringing the 2 up the table near the cue ball now and kind of float the cue ball to the rail over here. Maybe back up on the 4. Could kind of use the 4-9 as well, not bringing the 2 up as much. Kind of like the first one myself, the 4-3 you could use as well. Yeah, that's where I like the cue ball, somewhere over in that range.
Going near the pocket, and where's the cue ball? It's near enough the pocket where this might only be a little jump over the edge of the pink. Getting on the 3 is not easy, we know that, but there's a bit of an angle.
Yeah, the 3 doesn't pass the 7. Doesn't pass the 4 in the corner. Huge favorite, of course, to make this jump, but not a ton of angle. You'd hate to miss this, really trying to produce the angle to get to the 3. So ball cuts easily anyways when you're jumping the ball. Yeah, I think that's all you could do. Just knock it in, maybe play the 3-7 or evaluate. going to hurt there. Did like him going, did like him attacking, but the way he's been playing, this 3-ball's not going to be a problem. And from there, pretty easy position on the pink.
Just looking into the practice area from where we're sat. SVB still on the table, on the same table. He started his practice session when we all went to break. That's a skill, that, isn't it, JJ?
Well, I mean, I talked about it earlier in the week, yeah, but I think, I was just thinking about it just seconds ago, really, and I think for some things changing on tour this year, some prize money going up, of course, the World Championships is going to make all kinds of records. I think there's some players in here that are preparing for that now. I think SVB is definitely one of them.
Yeah, if you missed it, yesterday we got the news. The World Nineball champion will walk away with $250,000 US this year. $250,000, JJ. What it would be to be young again, JJ?
Yeah, absolutely, I'll tell you.
Well, Ko Ping Yi has done a number on the defending champion. That was sublime. A few scratches from Ruiz on the break. But he'll be back, of course. Right, we're going to take a short break. And when we get back, we'll continue the action. Zielinski is on the blue too. Trying to get the cue ball behind the 5. That ain't going to work. Gorst will have a chance to win the match because Gorst is 4-2 up. Let's check the leaderboard because we have just seen Ko Ping beat Ruiz. So Ko Ping is well up near the top. Just a 1 point behind Filler. Still 3 behind Shane, but he's looking good to qualify. And this table here that you can see Gorst on is available on Matchroom Multisport if you want to see the end of that match. But we're going to get to the action on table 1. We have a 5-time US Open champ on the left, SVB, against the current US Open champ, Ping Chung.
Looks a little light from SVB. It was going to be hard to beat that one anyways. So Ping Chung, our reigning US Open champion, to start this match. And he can do himself and Big Brother a few favors here with the W over SVB. Of course, Filler wouldn't mind it either. He's going to love this as long as the 6. Why is the speed always near the 9 ball? Whether it's underneath it or a hair beside it.
I thought the template was going to
help him.
Yeah, look where the template is here. Sometimes it just rocks, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think the 9 impeded it getting on the edge of the template, or else it would have maybe rocked back. He's going to push and see what he's thinking. Yeah, looking at the jump, and I don't think SVB is going to pass that. He's got some availability up the table, though. Love to be able to tie a ball up here while pushing out up table, but don't see that happening. You see Shane not shooting this? I don't.
Yeah, he's even brought the jump cue with him. He's not even looking. There's the win for Gorst over Zielinski. That was a big win because Gorst and Zielinski was both on 10 points. So Gorst now goes up to 11 with Woodward, Ping Chung.
Look at the control with the cue ball. Could have tried to dig on it, but probably feared getting too much on the cue ball and too airborne. But look at the control, one rail just holding the cue ball back in the space between the 9 and the pink. Let's see if he goes forward. I think he stuns heavy here. He likes it when it's a little tough. Well, he gets up for the big shot. He's got to make this one move out to the center pretty well also. This is all about how you hit the pocket, really. It's going to be close. Yeah, I don't know if he got there. It's a funny thing on the slick table. If you overhit it, it doesn't want to move as much. I think he can draw this, though.
A little bit of left English just to get the cue ball back up towards the center area of the table.
Cheated that one a bit. So I thought even though he had to make a heck of a shot, as I thought he would make that heck of a shot, I think a little suspect on the push out there.
Yep. Couldn't agree more. JJ, SVB, as we've said so many times this week, takes the opening rack. Table 2. Just preparing to lag. Albin Ouschan, well, he's in 10th place. He's going to be playing Joshua Filler, who's in 2nd place. Albin Ouschan needs wins. He's only on 7 points. 6th place, Fedor Gorst. He's on 11 points. So that's quite a bit of a gap opening up now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, Albin just wants to play a solid match. I mean, he's just had a lot of mistakes. You know, had to really lean on someone else to get in this final 10. Well, this break will do the 2. We'll see about where it ends up. It needs to go a bit. What a nasty position this ball ended up in. I don't think it's cuttable, and I think it's gotten so close to the rail, I'm not so sure bankable. Yeah, this is an ugly one. Maybe banks cross side, but SVB will tell us, that's for sure. Pretty interesting what he was doing right there. Kind of inspecting how the points are on the side pocket to see if this ball's bankable. I don't know what else you would do, really. You could put it out in the middle of the table and put them on the end rail, but you got to believe that Ping Chung will come with some type of safety. I think the only way to make this really is to float it. Yeah, it came backwards. See the hands up in the air quickly. That's why I say I may have just come across it, put the 2 kind of out in space and put them on the end rail, and let's see what Ping Chung wants to do from there.
Well, like it bounced the other way, didn't it?
Yeah. Well, he was coming across it slowly, right? Probably not wanting to apply any right spin. He kind of knew it was funny. Could have pushed out as well. Got to work the cue ball, maybe backside here. Coming all the way around. It's got to go a little bit to make things easy. That should do. Now I think he can draw or go forward. Was he looking to come all the way for the side pocket here? Speed control is pretty important. Ends up a little short. Like maybe here he could get funny getting on the 5. And he's going away from it now and near the cue ball, near the rail with the cue ball. He does have enough angle to draw downward, or maybe just go into the right side of the 9. Watch out, may fluke the 9 here. He played it lightly.
Tight that, wasn't it? You could tell because he stopped to monitor where the pink 4 was going. Joshua Fellows took the opener. Matchroom Multisport, if you want to watch the 2 European Mosconi Cup teammates battle it out, he's playing Albin Ouschan.
could see he used his left side of that corner pocket. It's probably pretty tight with the 7 going by the 8. Just a combo you got to pay attention to. Not the type you want to hit with a lot of speed, but you don't want to baby it too much. Looks like enough cut. The 8 shouldn't come back into the cue ball and cause any major problems. It did kiss the cue ball, so I was a little worried about that, but now 1 apiece. Ko Ping Chung to break in game number 3.
What a seat them fans have got right there. You've got Albin, Ouschan, Joshua Filler, Ko Ping Chung and SVB. Literally within touching distance right in front of them. Check this out here. This is what's going on. This has been unbelievable. I've just heard the referee come up to the tournament director, JJ. Albin Ouschan's miscued on the break.
Wow.
Very, very rare. I don't know if we can get a replay of that at some point. It'd be quite funny.
Well, I don't think there's any question on whose turn at the table it is. Maybe trying to figure out if it has to be a re-break since the rack wasn't open, or if he has ball in hand and he can play a safety on the 1. There's been different rules for this through the years in different tournaments.
Yeah, there you go. This is the rules. Filler wanted to get the cue ball on the back rail, didn't he, JJ? This does come up now and again. We've all miscued the break. And if the cue ball finishes on the bottom rail, you usually go 3 rails to hit the 1. Don't forget, he's got to hit contact, a rail. Oh, and he's scratched. Can you believe that? He's on 2 fouls with a scratch. He's going to be in trouble here. Obviously, we're going to keep this table in view for all you pool fans to sweat this.
Yeah, we've had 1 3 foul this week. It hasn't been of this nature, but the funniest thing to me was, I don't know if you noticed, he's going to bank the 1 onto the 6-4, or maybe put the 1 onto the 9 and put the cue ball onto the 6-4. But when he played the first clip shot, Albin tapped the table like heck of a shot kind of thing, you know, and that was pretty funny to me. Didn't squeeze the cue ball back up. How do you not go into the balls a little more there?
Well, 2 shots from Filler. He's under it. I wonder if it's just something he's never practiced. He will have come across it, of course, JJ, but it just doesn't come up, does it? It's like once every, well, I'm not sure how long, but I think I may have done this twice in my whole life.
Well, I'll tell you what, on this trip, I've seen it all. I'll tell you. Some stuff in Boston. Then the ghosts appeared with Mario He the other day moving the 7 ball. That was the craziest thing of the week.
Yeah, I agree. So he's got to hit this. He's got to hit a rail after contacting the 1. Otherwise, he loses the rack. Needs a rail.
Hard enough? Is it hard enough?
It's no rail. Is it?
No,
it's a rail.
No.
Oh, he did it. It's a rail. That is insane. It just stopped short of the rail. What a way to lose a rack.
Yeah, incredible. Again, the Al-Kaidi stuff throughout the week. Then the last match determines when Antoine's fate and Albin Ouschan. Now Albin with the 3 foul after the miscue on the break. If you don't love 9-ball pool, you just haven't paid attention. Yeah,
I agree, JJ. There's lots of funny things can happen. Just to explain, if you're wondering what was going on there, Albin Ouschan miscued on the break. So the cue ball flew around the table, didn't hit the 1 ball. No balls moved, of course. So basically it's a foul. So Filler just clipped off the 1. Then Albin fouled again with a scratch. So he's on 2 fouls. And 3 consecutive fouls is loss of rack in 9-ball pool. And then even though he hit the 1 ball on his 3rd attempt, he didn't strike a rail.
Yeah, you got to strike a rail or pocket a ball after contact. neither happened. So, and that rule's there mainly for stalemate kind of situations. You know, you have that in snooker, I think, where they start the game over. But in 9-ball pool, when the balls get jammed up sometimes, you know, the first one that fouls has got the worst of it. Now SVB and Ko Ping Chung kind of getting the concentration back, getting on with it here on table 1.
Yeah, and I think the rules of 9-ball with the 3 fouls and you got to rail after contact unless you pot the ball, I think they're perfect, JJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
As where in snooker, you can look at your opponent and just agree between yourselves to start the rack again if you want.
Yeah, I can't believe they've never changed that or made some remedy.
Well, we've seen it all in the last 5 minutes here at the PLP, and we're going to see more. We're going to take a short break. SVB 2, Ko Ping Chung 1. Well, if you're just joining us, you've missed quite an exciting 10 minutes here. Albin Ouschan miscues on the break on table 2. Filler gets in with 3 fouls. Only the second time this week, JJ, we've seen 3 consecutive fouls. It's very rare at the top level.
Yeah, it's very rare, and I tell you, we can have a 256-man board, and you may not see 3 fouls for the entire week. So with 16, and of course, speaking of a foul, open up 2-ball. I'd love to see this guy shoot tough shots. I'll tell you what, though, you got to like what you're seeing from Shane as far as being able to change the break a little bit, right? Take a little speed off as well, because we know he has the hard one, but you got to believe if the one that's a little lighter is working, you're going to repeat that a little more often. Now, he could ticky off the right side of this 2-ball if he could see the right side. I don't know if the corner has him cut off the right or not, and just go to the rail and lay behind the 3. It's a very doable shot. I think that's the shot he's shooting, I think. Just come off the right lightly, let the 2 slowly pass. Oh, he played the 2 off the 3. Very good. Well, Shane came with a nice one there, Carl. And I know the kiss shots usually are kind of like you can hit them a bunch of different ways, but that one actually had to be hit pretty accurately onto the 3.
It's underrated, isn't it? Because we've seen him do it, it makes you believe we can do it and everyone else can do it, but it's very easy to make a mess of that shot.
Yeah, look at where he's cueing from. It's not like he was just right there. Okay, this has got to slow down a little bit. It's got to ease up. It's going to be close. And he almost knew it right when he shot that it was going to be some concern. Now he's just got to feather the 5. Problem with this is really with the 6, 9, and 7, the way they lay, if he gives them a good look at the 5 or any look, good chance he's snookered when he returns to the table. All right, he's going to, well, he's traveling it all the way to the side rail. Very smart. That way, if he does give up a piece, it's probably just the left side of the 5, and it doesn't kill you.
Yeah, and also he's got 2 balls, so the target is bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. Going for the make here. Probably 2 cushions. Now he's whiffed a few of these, just a couple, but this one's a little more head-on. You'd figure the players to contact here. Ooh, almost fluked to 6.
Look at Shane, he's like a 14-year-old out of his chair in a sweet shop. He got up so quick.
He'll just draw this back underneath the 6. Another ball that usually makes a nice thump in the back of the pocket when made.
Nice. Very easy to just put a little bit too much spin and miss the ball.
Yeah, it's really all departments. Probably the head being the best for SVB. Very, very engaged.
Well, it was the opening shot from SVB what helped him win. Rack number 4, he's, well, we just keep saying it, he's focused, he's hungry, and he's winning, just like this man is winning. He's 3 racks to 0 up over his good friend Albin Ouschan. And he's got Ouschan with a 3 foul here this week. And I think it was Filler who got the other 3 foul.
It was.
Yeah.
Against Feliciano or Bernie. I can't remember exactly. I remember it was on table 1. I think you and Scott were doing the match.
Yeah, that's right. That just shows you how rare it is, because this tournament, we're in day 6, 2 sessions, 6 matches in the afternoon on table 1, 6 matches on table 2, and then we come back at night and repeat it. So there's 4 sessions all in all, and there's only been 2 3-foul racks won, and Phil has got them both.
Yeah, I think if I had to make a line on one of those big open events with 256 players, I might make it like 3.5 or 4 3 fouls for the entire tournament. I mean, it just doesn't happen that much.
No, and you're basically making that line because there's a few weaker players in them as
yeah,
well. Yeah,
exactly.
right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, a number of things weigh against it. You know, everything has to add up just right. Players want to stay aggressive because they know how players kick out of everything or jump out of everything. Really hard to get ball in hand to start with, and usually want to try and clear the table. Speaking of clearing the table, exactly what Ping Chung needs off the break.
Yeah, what would the line be at the World Pool Masters?
0.5 maybe?
Yeah, because the table's not helping, is it? All brand new and slidey. Well, it might be helping because you might not be able to kick out of it as good as some
yeah, but they
ones,
jump so well, and you know.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
The way the balls break, you need clusters sometimes. Of course, the whiff on the rack is the biggest cluster from Albin Ouschan with the miscue. And I think that's the one thing he can say he's done real well this week is break the balls, but he's even had a big mishap there now. Does he have enough angle to come up?
I know in darts, if you get a 9 dart, you get like a 9 dart pin badge, I think it is. Doesn't matter when you get one on the tour. If you get one on the circuit, you get like this kind of badge. Maybe we need to make a badge for Phil, because he's got a couple of 3 fouls here this week.
Well, like League Pool in America, you get a break and run patch, you know, or a 5-0 for the night. You won all 5 of your matches, stuff like that. Little feel-good things. All right, doesn't want to fall straight on the rail here. He's got to really pay attention to this 6 to get to the 7, back to the 8. Okay, really smart. right, so he's going to come across with a little inside spin. Again, matters how he hits the pocket a little bit. Make sure he doesn't get near that 7 ball. I was a little worried about this. It's going to be okay. It's tight quarters, though.
Well, Joshua Filler's looking good. He's in second place on the league table, and he's 2 balls away from handing Albin Ouschan his second donut of the day. You know who would give Albin the other donut?
SVB.
Yeah, the man at the top of the table. So 1 and 2 have given Albin Ouschan a couple of donuts there.
Yeah, you think the first 5 days doesn't matter and doesn't tell us much. It tells us a lot because the same thing's happening for all the players.
Yeah, it does, yeah. Fully agree, JJ. Filler can relax now, get himself a drink, and maybe sweat the action here on table 1.
Nice break and run to cut the score. 3-2 now, SVP to break in game number 6. Oh, and I bet you, I know I couldn't wait, but I bet he can't wait to get back to Atlantic City come August, right? It'd be special going in there as defending champion, and that's the kind of kid that'll take it and run with it, really trying to win it again.
Yeah, it's a special event on the WNT calendar, that's for sure. It's the one they all want to win. And also, SVB, he'll want to get there as well. Nineball's close, you know. Has it got the legs? Has it got the line? It hasn't.
He's probably hoping it doesn't go in so he can clear another table. He's nice on the 2. Definitely a little nastiness over on the side rail with the 9 and 7, but shouldn't be a problem. More the 9 than anything. Shane was the first one here this morning as well as far as the players. He's perfect here. Just pinch this back a couple inches. Came back more than I thought he would. Thought he'd hold a little more of that draw angle. Now I can go forward pretty easily. The 8's so handy. The 9's going to be some work though.
Albin Ouschan has stayed out in the arena on table 2. He's going to be playing Victor Zielinski next.
Zielinski kind of needs a point, huh, to keep, to get back the mojo going the right way. He's sitting okay still, but definitely wasn't like the first 2-3 days for the young man. Wants to get nice and close to the 9 here.
South Dakota kid is showing us why he has only lost 2 matches in 6 days. He's 4-2 up. Back in a mo. Yeah, just before the break, I told you about the match starting out on table 2. Well, Ouschan, he's got a lot of work to do here. Listen, he's done so much. He's actually won the most on the WNT, but I think his time is numbered in this year's league.
Yeah, he needs a, I don't want to say miracle, but he needs a little help. Plus, he's got to really get it going himself. All right, the 2-ball may not open up offensively. You may get a little sliver at it, though, and you never know. Might be a cross-side bank available.
Albin might find himself in a position tomorrow a little bit like what David found himself in last night, where he's playing a match, the last match where people are, somebody's desperate for him to win.
I'll tell you, I mean, of course, it's always great to have Albin Ouschan involved, but I wish we could have had them both, Win Antoine and Albin, because I thought Antoine was starting to show us some little class the last day and a half, 2 days. Really started to play much better. I think these players actually felt pretty threatened by him at times. Thought Shane had a piece of this, but maybe not. It's a good look there. Can take it into the corner or the side. Corner kind of gives you the feeling of a backdoor safety, though. Maybe the cue ball come underneath the 3. A little easier making the side, I think. Did he foul the cue ball? Did he foul the ball? I'd like to get another look at that. Must have just, yeah, caught it just a little piece of the 5 from the top.
Yeah, just grazed the top of the ball. Still in this match, Ko Ping Chung. Really is.
Yeah, absolutely. He should get out here. These are laying nice. Everything's kind of together. First 4 here with the 2, 3, 4, 5, the 6, 7 up top. But then, Shane only gets one more break in the next. So definitely has a chance.
Zielinski's took the opening rack over on table 2. I'm just going to have a quick look at where Zielinski is on the league table, because he did hold the top spot for a couple of days, was it, JJ?
That's right.
So yeah, he's in 8th place. He's on 10 points. Sanchez Ruiz is on 10. Gorst, Woodward, and the man at the table here are on 11 points. Then Ko Ping 12, and then there's a bit of a gap. Phil 14. SVB is on 15. Pulls it back to just 1. 4-3 SVB.
Yeah, SVB to break. And what will be game number 8.
Victor kicking at the 3 ball, misses it, so Albin, well, he'll be getting ball in hand. Feel like this is a must-win match for Albin. He's on 7 points in 10th place. Top 6 qualified Gorst. He's in a 3-way tie on 11 points in 6th place, so he's 4 behind 6 as it stands.
And he'll get to play some of those players ahead of him. So, I mean, he can kind of knock out 2 things at once with some W's. Give them a loss, chew a matchup for those guys. But the play's just got to get better overall for Albin. That's really what he wants at the moment, I think. All right, Shane. Cue ball got kissed. The 2 ball's going to have a little bit of an opening. I'm not sure if it's makeable or not. Very impeding 6 ball for the cue ball movement. So good here at US1 Billiards. A couple kids getting their picture with Josh Filler. They both look elated. Josh looked pretty happy as well. Yeah, this is where Shane, he won't take a chance here, I think. He'll push out before shooting. That's something he really doesn't like. He's going to roll the cue ball a little closer. He's definitely got something in mind. I'm not sure what. Looks like an overcut on the 2 to run the cue ball up behind the 4, maybe. It's the only thing I could figure. Overcut the 2 so you can miss the 6 with the cue ball. Come up behind the 4. I think you're supposed to take this. This is not that hard. Do have to hit a nice line with the cue ball, but I think it's okay. And I think definitely that's what Shane's thinking. Normally when they get down several times like this and they really haven't decided, they'll usually give it back. I like him taking this too. Not that hard, I think, to get not only a snooker with the 2 maybe behind the 6, but maybe also the cue ball a couple rails behind the 4. Got to dodge the middle side pocket maybe. Oh, he caught it a little heavy. He may get it there anyways. This is going to be maybe better. It's where he really wanted it, but just not that way.
Yeah, and he might have left a kick and stick for SVB. Might not be able to quite get to the point where he needs to hit, but a little bit of swerve.
And if I have to swerve it, that's where I don't worry about the 2 getting all the way back down. I just really concentrate on the cue ball sticking, and if the 2's in the middle of the table, it's not the worst.
Kick
like
and
right
stick.
there.
Oh, yeah, nice.
All he could do.
Comes up a lot, JJ, doesn't it? The kick and stick where you've got to get the cue ball stopping.
Yeah, it's an interesting shot, really. There's a lot you can do with it. Sometimes you kind of cut it a little bit to move the cue ball to one side rail or the other. I think Al Katie's the best at that, really recognizing the different shots with the kick and stick. Probably the best I've ever seen at it, really, Al Katie. Just got to play a mild one, hoping not to leave a gap. This looks really nice. I don't think he can see the 2. It's close, though. Got quite a few of the kicking angles cut off here as well. Have to kick beside the 7, maybe with some spin to the short rail.
he's took his extension. He's got 30 seconds left to play this one.
He wants to put a little speed on this. That way, if he can come across the 2, maybe he slides the cue ball behind. Oh, he's going the other way, so this will have a lot of speed. I thought he'd kick to his left of the 7 and spin into it. He's going the other route. Two definitely shootable. No hanger, that's for sure. Close enough to it, should be able to manage holding the cue ball for the 3 in the upper right.
He's Ko Ping Chung about to do a favour for the rest of the field near the top. He's a few balls away from making it hill-hill. Nice clean out here. Had a nice shot on the 2. Nineball here to get us, like Carl said, hill-hill. Shane hasn't played many of those in all these wins. On the other table, Albin Ouschan. Well, he's finally leading in a match today. He's 2-up over Zielinski. Looks like somebody's had a dry break. There's 9 balls on the table.
Not sure what he's looking at, really. Is he contemplating some type of offensive shot? That's the only reason I could see him taking this much time. Is he shooting the combination with speed here? Maybe the 9 moves too? All right, pretty nice play there from Albin, and a nice break off for Ko Ping Chung. Looks bad for SVB, I'll tell you.
Yeah, he's got an open look at the 2 ball. Let's have a look at the cue ball. There you see the arcs under the 9. And this 2 ball goes in the top pocket where the 9 ball is. That offers position for the 3. All you've got to do is pot the ball. If you played it in left centre, you've got to worry about the cue ball. This way, make guaranteed position. SVB, well, he knows he's going to need a miracle here. He knows how good Ko Ping Chung plays. He knows how good his cue ball control is. This is all this rack is. Keep a good cue ball.
Yeah, nice opener on the 2. Now in position, you don't really expect much of a shot to be have to be made from here. Just really maintaining through these last 5 balls.
All about the opening shot. As long as he potted the 2.
Yeah, and it was about, oh, sorry, Carl.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say it's also about maintaining, and went down 4-2, right? And just playing the percentages.
Like I said earlier, this will put Ping Chung on 12 points along with his brother. So the 2 Coles will be 2 points behind Filler and 3 points behind SVB. So it's not all bad for SVB. This is just one of them things.
Well, it's taken always, it seems like a really good performance for him to go down, and most of them haven't gotten him too many losses either. He's overcome them, but Ping Chung's the man in this match.
Yeah, what a comeback, 4-2 down. Seems to be getting a lot of the cheers. I don't really know why, but anyway, we're going to take a short break. Coming up, Mario He against Fedor Gorst.
ladies and gentlemen. Albin Ouschan up 3-1 against Zielinski. Zielinski, I wouldn't say sliding, but nothing like he was the first 2 days. Albin Ouschan hasn't had a lead in a while. Nice to have a lead. Our leaderboard. Little change there. Ping Chung defeats SVB. So SVB's won 15 out of 18. You can see a couple creeping up on him. Josh Filler's been on the heels the entire time. A few of them got to get going on the bottom end. And our order of play on table 1, you can see the first two, Ping Yi and Ping Chung, with those first 2 wins over FSR and SVB. Mario He and Gorst up next on table 1. Ping Chung against his brother later. Fedor and Ping Chung, and SVB and Fedor to finish. What a night. And now table 2. Fedor, Gorst, and Josh Fedor with those first 2 wins over Zielinski and Ouschan. Ouschan and Zielinski in action now. FSR and Woodward. Albin Ouschan and Mario He, and FSR and Gorst to finish. So, whew, lots of hardware with these names, Scott Frost.
Yeah, Jeremy, I'm interested to see what happens. What a match, SVB and Filler to end the night on table number 1. Really, you just did that last match with SVB, and I mean, I didn't see much that he did wrong, right? The 2-ball landed funny a couple times, but that was really about it.
Yeah, the foul and the jump shot he'd like to have back, because that's just unexpected, but it was really just a great match by both players, and if they had played more games, it would probably be a very close score no matter what they raced to. But back on table 1, Gorst, I think, kind of quietly doing his thing. You know he's going to break the ball as well. Mario He as well. Been breaking, for the most part, very solid.
Yeah, you've mentioned it multiple times. He breaks so consistently. It's all about getting a shot on the 2, and he's gotten one here.
Yeah, I'd like to ask Fedor how many 1-balls he's missed in this PLP. I bet he has a pretty good clue, because it's such a small number, that being the 1 in the side on the break shot. Now, is he going to go forward and try and get on the left side of the 3? I guess he kind of has to, but it's a bit of a gamble, because he's going near the rail with the 4 on the opposite end. He's hit that thick. You won't see a miss like that very often.
Look,
see
like
where the
it
cue
skid,
ball's at.
Jeremy. Look, I caught just a glimpse. It looked like it turned over just a fraction.
Yeah, it could have been. See where the cue ball came to rest is what I would have been worried about, getting straight on that 3-ball. Oh, really nice. I think he's gotten pretty perfect to level out, play the red in the lower right, and come down with the cue ball. Great bank shot there with perfect speed. Did he overcut it? Oh no, caught a little bit of the point, but very fluid stroke. Pocket opened up a bit.
And these plays here aren't exactly straightforward. He can probably, well, he can go forward. I guess he might have a bigger angle than I thought. He opened the angle up real well with the center left.
Just a little stun to create a little more angle off the pink 4. Little drag shot here, nothing major.
Got a little work to do, right, Jeremy, with the 9 where it's at, and he doesn't want to be over the 7. I don't believe he, well, look at this. Should be okay.
Yeah, he's close enough to it. Touch shouldn't be a problem coming up the left side, our left side of the 7. With the 8 there in the side, he should be able to fall nice and heavy on the 9 for the upper corner. Got a little bit of an angle, but still should hold the ball. And either come 1 rail across off the 8 or maybe pull the ball a couple, 2, 3 rails. Well, he's going to go forward. Thought he might hit downward and hold the ball, but just a little preference. This is that faddish angle. You kind of got to smooth it across.
Yeah, and smooth it he did.
And a pretty quick and nice, easy clearance after a nice bank on the 2. Ooh. 9 hit a hair outside the time zone of that upper left corner, but did go down. Mario Hida breaking game number 2, and it looks like Albin Ouschan on the hill at 4-1 over Zielinski. When's the last time Ouschan was on the hill? It's been a minute. Look at our referees. They've done a fine job this week.
Yes, they really have, Jeremy.
Yeah, I think the World Nineball Tour, just like the players up in their game, I think the referees have done the same. See Zielinski still breaking off the end rail. Catches him thin here and there from that back rail. Overall, been pretty good. Now back to table 1.
Look at the 9.
Oh, it's going to be gone in a moment.
And this seems to be a pattern on the TV table for Gorst. Things just not going his way yet.
Yeah, but you got to be impressed with the break-off, right? He hasn't slowed it down, hasn't really tried to make it easier, just really unloading on the rack and been super consistent with the one in the side.
You talking about Gorst. Mario breaking great as well.
That's what I'm talking about is Mario.
Okay.
Yeah, Mario hits him with a little more steam than Gorst does. Gorst doesn't baby him, of course, but it's a little more of a precision break, you might say.
No, I agree. I really like Mario He's break. Fedor, all he can do is sit and wait. It is his turn to reply to that little barrage.
I mean, I don't know. I just get the feeling maybe Gorst is a little fatigued still, and talked to him a little bit at the beginning, and he would like to add more time off just because it's been a heavy first part of the year. But he's not the huge, like Jason Shaw, like, how do I say, the personality. It's a little more quiet, right? But it seems he's been a little more quiet here at the PLP than normal.
Well, this is exactly what he's looking for. It is in his hands now.
Yeah, I'm looking at the rack. It's a little straight, but should be able to work the ball outward for the 3. It's got to get from the 5 to the 6, so a little flat here on the 3. I thought he'd come back, get a little closer.
Yeah, totally agree. He had room to suck back down somewhere parallel to the middle pockets at least.
Yeah, important to get all the way back over. Remember the 2 ball that was very open.
Wow, clean strike that was.
Well, Filler, in my mind, is the greatest stunner of the ball I've ever seen. And, of course, that straight shooting goes along with that. But Fedor's up there stunning the ball. Gonna get a little stretched. The right-hander, the tall right-hander shouldn't have a problem. But anytime you're a little thin, you have to command the speed of the cue ball. Should be one rail just kind of into the center.
Yeah, I feel like he might have put a little extra right-hand English on that ball that he didn't expect, but turned out just fine. Great recovery, Jeremy.
And definitely getting on with it here in rack number 3. I'm really interested to see what happens in Saudi here later in the year. There's only so many World Nineball titles out there. It's only one a year, and there's going to be a handful of players that have one, but so many more that don't. And I just wonder how that's going to unfold come June. All right, Gorst gets on the board After a couple of mistakes early, 2-1 he will be back shortly. Back here at US1 Billiards, Zielinski down 4-1, but at the table. He's, wanting a win because he's slid a little bit the last day and a half or so, and today he's had a couple losses already, I believe. So we'll see how he responds down 4-1. Albin Ouschan definitely looking for a W. Even hasn't been to 4 games in a minute. Now back to table 1 after this 9 balls deposited from Zielinski. We'll keep you track on that, and you can as well at the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel.
Well, look here, Jeremy Jones, just what the doctor ordered for Gorst. A dry break by the Panda. A rarity.
And that one hit quite short of the side, so didn't really see, maybe a little too thick. Cue ball didn't really get underneath the rack much. Obviously the 1's easy, the 2-7 playable. A little straightish here, so a lot of players would like to be able to work the cue ball off the 2 somewhere, knowing the 2 may escape this pocket a hair. You hate to go down rolling it and then the 2 just lay on the cushion where you can't, kind of further the run out. May have to do that anyways. Yeah, I like the speed. Is it going to end up 50-ish? No, he's okay.
Yeah, and I like what you said there, Jeremy. You're taking a big gamble rolling that 2 ball due to where it could lay off of the 7. He ensured that he was going to get some type of shot, maybe not even an attacking shot. Turned out good. Got a little work left to do. The purple 5 and the pink 4, opposite sides of the table. And a big stretch here for Gorst.
Boy, I'd like to knock this in and just roll between the 4-6, keep this real simple. He's going to come 2 cushions. Should be okay. A little fortunate not to get jacked up. Maybe a little fortunate not to bleed off the 9 to the side rail and get covered up also, but should be all right. Now this is where it gets a little tricky because the 4's on one side, the 5's on the opposite, and he's got to really come quite some distance with speed here. Oh, thick hit.
We've seen it so many times with that outside English. Catching it too full. Distance here, though, you expect him to make this without a problem. He's trying to stay tight to the pink. You can't cheat these pockets, can you, Jeremy?
No, and it's funny because there's one thing that happens technique-wise that I think gets all of us, and I know Gorst pretty well as far as his game, and he didn't really have his little pause at the cue ball there. And I'll tell you a story about that pause at the cue ball. A couple years ago, we had, of course, 5 or 6 hopefuls for the Moscone at my house individually, and we took, I don't know, hundreds of videos of these players, and they don't miss very much anyways, but let's just say they miss 10% of the time. Well, we looked over the videos on the misses, and these are players that normally do pause at the cue ball, but 90+% of those misses they had on all those hundreds of videos, they didn't pause at the cue ball. That was the one common thing that we saw. It was actually me and Joey Gray when he was the assistant.
And you're talking about just even the slightest pause.
Yeah, and again, these are players that normally do pause at the cue ball, but, you know, when you're training, you can miss a step here and there. But we were trying to figure out what caused this delivery, or let's say the missed delivery. And again, the only thing we could come up with was the pause at the cue ball was missing. And really, it's your first trigger. You know, there are 2 pauses in the swing that you can have, one in the back, where I find only about 20% of the top guys really have in 9-ball pool, and the pause at the cue ball, which about 98% of them have that. You know, there are a few out there that don't. Jason Shaw is one of them.
Great information. I do want to reiterate, though, a lot of amateurs will take that information and think that they have to pause over the ball for a second and a half or 2 seconds. That's not the case. It's not an exaggerated pause.
It's just basically settling the tip before the last swing. You know, normally you have a little eye transfer. You know, if you're like I look at the cue ball last. So, you know, when I pause, I take one more look at the object ball. I settle my eyes on the cue ball. Then I know I'm ready to pull the trigger. That way you're kind of repeating the pause as well. 4-2 over here on table 2. Looks like Ouschan's in a little bit of a jam. It's going to be a nice massé shot at a slow speed as well. I fancy his chances, though.
Could follow this ball in.
I think that's why you'll see the slow speed. He got behind it.
And Albin did beat Jason Shaw yesterday on the TV table, 5-2. The break is just so good. He's got a cluster up there.
All right. We'll see how he tries to manufacture here. I think there is space to get on the side rail for the 4. You got to get there, though. He doesn't want to shoot this and just fall underneath, so you may see him either add a little extra here or really slow the cue ball down. Yeah, try to add a little extra. Now, does he take this on in the side, trying to really move the cue ball to the right side of the table and back over?
Yeah, that side pocket becomes even smaller with the shot that Jeremy just described, but really, the only way to get to the left of the pink 4, I think he might have to try to come under it.
Well, that's okay. The 4-8 plays. I mean, there is some possibilities, and you can evaluate from there. If you don't like it, you can stick them up.
Well, I don't know. He might be flatter than the angle told us. I don't know if he can come under it. He's in a tricky position here.
Yeah, he's looking at it, though. All right, you can see him on the left side of the ball. He will drop the tip to draw it to the side rail. Yeah, it's so missable that way, though. May get fortunate. We'll see. Doesn't appear so. Looky here, Albin Ouschan. After getting 3 fouled in the last and a donut, 2 donuts to start today, 5-0 and 5-0 against SVB and Fedor. Gets a W. A much-needed one.
Yeah, and that's going to feel good for Albin. Like you said, much, much needed. Could go with the 9 here a little bit too if he'd like. I don't know if it's in play.
Yeah, that'll tell us right there.
Wow. Can't get much closer, rail first, to the 9.
No, he hit the 3 beautifully, though, to hold it over the corner.
Look at how deep that 9 is.
Yeah, I think that's why he kept looking at it and expecting it to fall. Tricky little shot here. He just wants to get up just short of the side, maybe.
Oh, really nice float. Boy, it's tight.
Yeah, I think he can spin it in. The safety's not easy either because he's got to cut the 4 a little bit to hold the cue ball behind the 6.
He could go at the 9 and stick him, or attempt if it's that tight, but I think you're right. He can catch the pink first.
Now the 5 does go by the 6 just in case he spins this going through it with a rolling ball, trying to get as much as he can out of the right English. You figure him to slightly rub the 5. Oh, he didn't get the twist.
Yeah, the cue ball didn't really swerve like he expected it to.
Was there a little hiccup in the swing there? Kind of like a little stutter?
Could have been. It
like?
looked
Yeah.
almost like there was a little stutter.
All right, he's just going to shave the 4 up the rail, come over. Doesn't want to leave a gap. That looks a little. Did get the snooker. He's okay.
Yeah, he might have liked it a little higher, though, Jeremy. I think he's fine, like you say. 1 rail to the bottom rail here. Might go to the 2nd rail. Do these players, let me ask you that, do you aim to the 2nd rail here, even though the pink is so close to the rail? Are you intentionally aiming at that 2nd rail?
Usually I am, yeah. He's not going to like this. This should get our score a little closer.
Slight elevation here to ensure the combination.
There you have it. 3-2's our score. Have another match starting soon. Table note. Yeah, on table 2 we have FSR world number 1 against Skylar Woodward. He's had a great Premier League pool so far. I think Skylar's got to play 2 matches this evening, I think. That's correct. He played 3 in the afternoon. Won 2 out of those 3. FSR just waiting on Mr. Woodward for that match to get started. We'll get back here. Game 6, Mario Heat a break, up 3-2. Boy, he unloaded on that one. And look at the 9.
Golden break for the Panda.
Yeah, probably the most he's delivered into the rack all week. Just a little upset about the pink 4. We'll take a break. Stay tuned. Hello, everyone. We're back. This is table 2. FSR at the table, game number 1. Now back to table 1, where we just had a 9 on the break, a golden break to get Panda, Mario He to the heel. Fedor Gorst break here in game number 7, trailing 2 games to 4. Oh man, just how's the connection?
I thought the rub on the pink would be good, and it turned out to be bad. Too close to the blue, too. He's going to manufacture something defensively, I would assume. The purple drops at the last minute. 4 balls on the break. Nothing serious. Ooh, it looks like a nice hit there.
And I'll tell you, it's got to be a question mark here with the jump cue. Going over both these balls, trying to bang the 2 up the table. All right, this is where 2 rails is okay. Put a little pace on it. It's not going to come too short on you, that's for sure. You could come across the 2 a couple different ways. I wouldn't slow roll this one, that's for sure. Put a little pace. Oh, he hit past the side. I thought he would hit before the side there.
I was going to ask you, and I was sure you were going to say he would aim before the side, and I felt the same way. And this sets up sweet for Gorst.
A little light there. What happened there? So almost the same thing. The pause was a little light at the cue ball, and the only reason being I say that again is he doesn't sit there all day with it, but it's very pronounced, though. You can definitely recognize it.
More than others, for sure. I'm a little stunned at that delivery.
There it is. That's the pause I was talking about.
That's the Fedor Gorst that we've been talking about.
Nice smile there going between the 4-9. Just narrowly shaving them both almost. So probably, you know, was a little disgusted with himself on that opening shot. Made up for it with a big 3 ball. And now routine 8-9 to keep him in this match. He's going to have to wait and see what happens with Mario breaking in game number 8, but overall pretty highly contested match so far.
Oh, and the fans are really behind him.
All right, FSR stretched and thin on the 8. Not sure he wants to really apply much side spin. Maybe a hair of outside and just comes 1 rail above the 9. Wouldn't be the worst thing if he contacted the 9. He may try to slow spin this to hold for the side. Okay. So maybe the camera fooling us a bit.
Oof.
Another movement on the 9. The 1's going to come around. The 3's going to have a little something to say.
So
Maybe
is
not.
the 2.
Yeah. I mean, do you go cross corner here, Scott? I mean, it's not the worst shot. You may be able to send the cue ball kind of 1 rail at the 9 as well.
Yeah, I think it's okay, but you've kind of got to play to overcut that ball, right?
Yeah, I think so. Gorst he stiffened a couple up with the spin, but looks like I don't know what he's doing here really.
I don't think he does either. Oh, it might go from this angle. It is close, way closer than it looks from here.
Yeah, I just hate to play a crossover safety and really just get hemmed up behind it. Maybe even give up some kind of play on the 9.
So you don't think this ball has any prayer of going. It's obviously a lot higher percentage to play the crossover safety.
I don't think he can pocket the one in the corner. No, not straight on.
Okay. So he's just concerned about laying Gorst down somewhere.
I think he shoots at it.
Well, he is.
Yeah.
And how did he hit it?
Well, I think that's a smart play. I mean, the way the ball's laid, you could push out. Now that was an opportunity, but I really thought that he wasn't that much of a dog to make it. I love that he committed to shooting. It wasn't like an in-between attempt. That's what I really like about the shot.
Yeah, what a big-time shot it was. He's got to finish this up. The carom is going to have to be the play on the 9, I believe.
Is it tricky at all, the kiss shot? I mean,
yeah, it doesn't look straightforward.
Yeah, I would have to inspect that for sure. And just because the 9, it looks like it's frozen to the rail, which I think maybe makes the kiss shot a little more difficult. Or let's say a hair missable. If the 9's off the rail, it's very, very hard to miss.
Yeah, but it does look close to frozen. And even close to frozen is tough. He wants an angle going into this purple 5, so he doesn't want to be flat. But maybe you do want to be more flat and just twist the 9 in. This is like ideal, I think, Jeremy.
No, this is perfect. That's why I thought he'd play more angle on the 4. That way he could run the ball maybe over there. But, yeah, he's perfect here. Just a flick of right English maybe. Oh, he went with left English. Okay.
He turned the ball in. Mario He going to defeat Gorst 5-3.
Yeah, and it was really that open 2 ball down the rail that kind of set the tone, but Mario played great. We'll be back shortly with another match. Stay tuned. back to US1 Billiards here in West Haven, Connecticut, home of Jason Shaw. He's been our host along with his wife, Ara. And, of course, you can't forget Ara's mother, who's been so gracious. Here's a look at our leaderboard. Albin Ouschan got one back. Mario He got one back. Zielinski takes a loss, so things changing a little bit at the bottom. Ruiz has got to get going. You can see the Ko brothers there solid, along with Skylar Woodward. SVB and Filler round up the top. So we'll keep you posted. Here's table 1 order of play. 3 matches in, excuse me. Ko Ping Chung, and Mario He win the first 3. The Ko brothers added here in the 4th. Josh Filler and Ko Ping Chung in the 5th. Now table 2. Gorst with the win. Josh Filler with a donut on Albin Ouschan. Albin gets the win against Victor. FSR to play Skylar. They're in action now. Albin Ouschan, Mario He, and FSR and Fedor Gorst to finish.
Yeah.
So nothing but a bunch of fireworks from the best players in the world.
FSR quickly up 3 games to nothing against Woodward.
You know, it's like Jekyll and Hyde for FSR, it seems like. A little heavy on the right side there for Big Ko, I believe it was. So Ko Ping Chung, I believe, to break here in game number 1. Oh, no, it was quite the opposite. Excuse me. I was... Okay.
Well, the ref was confused as well.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I was trying to look at their shoes. They always dress so alike and so similar in so many ways. But they fooled me even with the shoes. Ko Ping need a break.
Was it you and I, Jeremy, that did these 2 yesterday?
I don't think it was me. I think it was you and Carl. This break's improving, by the way. The one's going down anyways, but the spreads have started to become better. You see the balls are opening up now for Ko Ping, so the timing is getting much better. He's made 3 on the break or 4?
3. And a devastating 3 at that. I believe he's got a good shot on the 2.
Yeah, he's definitely got a cut on the 2. The 3's a little hampered, a little thin to maybe pull the ball. So, and the 5's a little in the way to get as much as you can out of the cue ball coming across. So, does he go twice across to the thin side on the 3 for the upper right? Or does he try to get just the cut on the 3 for the side?
Well, he looked at digging to try and get above the 5. Got off of that real quickly.
Yeah, I think leveling out, you got to start here. Don't make a missable ball out of the 2. All right, he's trying to get that cut. I don't think he's going to get it, though. I think it's going to be a little thin. Well,
it's pretty thin.
I think it's cuttable, but the cue ball is going to be really hot going into the 8. This is not one you want to try and spin in. You want to level out.
Yeah, Jeremy's talking center ball. Preach that all the time on a cut like this. You try to spin this ball, way too many things can go wrong, especially the mishit on the object ball.
Yeah, watch out for him going through the 8 with the scratch possibility if he catches the rail first. Wow, how thin was that? Didn't even hit the 8.
That's how thin it was.
Yeah, and I think he even cut it to the left side a little bit.
Well, on this angle, it doesn't look so extreme.
Always said I thought Bustamante was the greatest ever on those thin cuts into the side.
That's going to be short.
And it's going to land awkward maybe. No, it's going to bounce up.
And Carl and I must have done the match yesterday, and I believe obviously it was Carl and I. They were a little scrappy, you have to believe. It's not easy playing your brother. I know they have to play each other. I know they're at the highest level. But it seemed like they just had a hard time beating each other yesterday. Hopefully today that changes.
Well, both very young still in their careers, so you wouldn't bet against them having to face each other in a major final at some point.
Wow.
And that may be what it is, just the intensity level drops a hair. You talk about a game that's mental, and now you have to play your brother. I mean, it become very mental.
And people preach about the pros getting it out of their mind, but, you know, these guys are human.
Yeah, anything unique, right? I believe it was Ping Chung that won that match, correct?
Yeah, I believe you are
time they
correct.
met.
I'm pretty certain it was yesterday, Jeremy.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was slated for day 5 in the first round robin stages. So a little stun here, I think anyways. Could have got more out of that. Wasn't the best strike on the cue ball. You can see a little bit of a wry smile. Maybe lucky to get where he got.
And Ping Chung defeated his brother Ping Yi 5-2 yesterday.
All right, once it right before the side, let it open.
That's a fun shot to watch.
Yeah, it's really kind of fail-proof. If you learn it, you can make a mistake on it. But as far as the cue ball, it's never going to go twice cross-sided scratch.
I think most people are afraid of the one cross-side and scratch. You just got to catch it too thick to do that.
Yeah, just sometimes stay away from the side spin if you can, or not too much of it. All right. And that was a quick W for FSR, and not the scoreline. He can handle a loss, but not the scoreline. I think it was, as Carl says, a donut for Sky Woodward. So Ping Chung to break here in game number 2.
You know, at this level, especially this late in the week, these guys are dialed in. A couple things go against you. It doesn't take much to lose 5-0. Ooh.
Nice kiss on the cue ball. We'll see what these other kisses bring us. Or it brings us what we like to see. A shot on the 2, but nothing easy to get on the 3, so he's got to show us a little bit. Me, I'm a huge fan of these guys, obviously, and, you know, love watching them. But the thing I like the most is the more difficult shots and more difficult plays.
Yeah, and I think he's just got to snatch this back, right? Or can he go forward? Really easy to miss the ball going forward. He's got to just snatch this back and, as you say, Jeremy, evaluate from there.
Yeah, he's going to fall underneath this 3, so there's going to be a path to go around the table. Is the side pocket, or is he going to catch a piece of the 9 with some speed here? Oh, the 3 may not pass.
No, I don't think it does pass. I was looking to the right middle. Kind of a two-way play, maybe?
Yeah, I like the bank myself. I think he may be getting fooled here a bit. I don't know. The 3 does play.
Okay. Didn't look like it on the overhead, so I was the one that was fooled. But there is nothing wrong with the bank. Obviously, this must be clear-cut dry. He's coming all the way around.
Yeah, I think straight high English, avoiding the right spin is what made him get by the 9 pretty easily, and how's the speed?
Boy, made it look very easy.
Just in case you don't know, there's a third co-brother, the youngster. He can play pretty well also. A little behind these guys, but coming along nicely. Last couple times I saw him play, it improved quite a bit.
Is he a little steeper than he wanted to be here? He can pull out one rail without a problem, I don't believe. Just taking a little extra time, and I love the way he hits that ball. I don't believe I've ever seen him hit that ball too thick or too thin to where the pocket doesn't make that thump.
A little early Christmas gift for Josh Filler. Pia Filler just showed up, kind of unbeknownst to him. So better to win these matches. His wife's in the arena with him, which is a very comfortable situation for Josh.
And that's pretty cool. Pia, pretty awesome woman. And a definite power couple in the world of professional pool.
Yeah, cross-side bank here with some speed. Oh, way short. It's going to open up to that upper corner, and I'll give Ko Ping a chance to get a 2-0 lead. So I thought Pia was probably at the pro tournament in Iowa.
Yeah, you and I talked about that.
Yeah, but maybe didn't get the results she wanted. So made her way over to sweat the hubby in. And now it's 2-0.
It's twice in this match. We've seen the cross side hit short.
Yeah, now we'll look at table two. Two of the best pals on tour. Twice World Cup champions together, representing, of course, Austria. Two guys you just won't see apart very often, Mario He and Albin Ouschan.
Yeah, and this is almost like playing your brother. But these guys play each other all the time. And, I mean, I think that this is a reason that they're so professional. Because you have to have that killer instinct on the table no matter who you're playing. And they just get used to it, Jeremy.
Yeah, and Albin Ouschan, who always says, no matter what it seems like, I always hold over Mario a bit. It seems like Mario should win a lot of their matches, and one thing goes crazy or another. So we'll see, and we'll keep you updated. Nice break off here. The 3 needs to slow down, though, because I think he'd like to play a 2-8 kiss shot here. The reason why I was saying the 3 slowed down, it looked like the kiss shot you could hit easy and maybe lay the 2 on the side rail to play up in the corner. Because you don't want the 2 going away from the cue ball drastically. All kinds of safety options here.
Yeah, and let's not forget Mario He did just come off that win versus Fedor Gorst. Does that help him in the confident department? It's possible.
He just kept it simple. Could have put the 2 underneath the pink and ran behind the 7. A lot of opportunities for safety. All right, what kind of control does he play here? Just knock it by the 6 a couple rails maybe and just hold the ball?
Yeah, I like that. He doesn't want to catch the 6 by any means. At least going in. But the cue ball is lost.
Well, you know how it is when you make a mistake or two. Seems like luck rarely on your side. You have to kind of earn it back. Pretty unlucky there, though. The 6 gets banked into and catches the cue ball, brings it back in the lower corner. All right, he can draw above. He can lay underneath it on the rail, play the 3 up long. Most of these guys would draw above here, take the angle.
Yeah, they don't want to go to the long corner unless they have to.
Yeah, I never minded it, though, I swear. I'm not saying one's correct or the other. It's just kind of like I always felt like it made me more confident player just playing shots a little more simply. But
Right, but coming here to the 4, obviously, this is probably the right play.
Oh, 100%, 100%. And this may not be the scenario I'm talking about. But
Right.
I'll see the players a lot of times, you know, even when the scenario is different, really try to run for that short pocket on the ball, and I completely understand it. He's got to pay attention. The 6 doesn't pass the 8. So wants to come up with the cue ball a little bit.
Looking to play the 6 in the right middle. 5 balls away from a 3-0 lead on his little brother. And this is just a straight draw shot, or is he coming off the rail? Okay, he's going to play it in the same corner. Looked like he was aimed for that right out of the gate. Pretty good control there, Double J.
Yeah, awesome. And master with a cue ball. And I'm just thinking about what kind of motivation he has. Of course, our Whirlpool Masters champion, and that'll be coming up in Hildesheim, Germany in late April. He'll be there to defend that title, but we all know as well as he does that Whirlpool Masters is a huge title, and it's always an incredible field, getting tougher every year, but it's not the U.S. Open like his brother won. So I'm wondering what, he wants to get one back, you might say. It's been a while since he won that World Nineball title. He's had some great finishes since in that World Nineball Championships, but
I'm glad you pronounced that word for me, too, Hildesheim. I've been wondering.
Well, it was a pure guess, but I think that's it.
It sounded good.
Yeah. All Copini so far. We'll be back shortly. All right, back at it. This is the practice table. Nobody happier in the building than Josh Filler, and of course Pia as well. Pia just showed up, I'm assuming from the pro tournament there in Iowa. The ladies had this week. Go ahead, Scott.
All smiles, aren't they?
Yeah, he's just, he's a young guy anyways, but that'll wake him up for these last 2.5 days. And she's been there for many titles for Josh, and he hasn't gotten the PLP yet. So
young
like
love.
to be here, yeah.
The young love.
And the younger one of the Ko brothers. Oh, there's that kiss. Ooh, it may as well kiss. Maybe not. It may be hard to get on the 2-ball. We'll see.
Look at how tight these side pockets are. If that gives you any idea.
And it looks like the 2 does go by the 7, so probably just rolls forward for the cut. Runs the cue ball up table, very clear top of the table to get on the 3. Yeah, game 2 really hurt when he made that run out. Didn't get all the way out, that being Ko Ping Chung.
Really, if he just gets the proper angle on the pink 4, as long as he gets this down from the 3, well, he's overcut it, Jeremy.
I'm really shocked that he spun that instead of just leveling out and running the ball up. I mean, the top half of the table's so clear. I felt like you're going to shoot that kind of shot that way when it's necessary or needed with the cue ball, but otherwise when it comes to just pocketing the ball, I thought it'd be more of just a high running kind of cue ball.
Yeah, he could have landed just about anywhere up table. Didn't have to spin it.
Yeah, well, along with the 4 being very open as well, so interesting play. But he likes that shot as well, so it's hard to fault it really. Just I thought it was different than I expected.
These two players exactly tied right now in the PLP. Both players 12 points out of 18.
All right, just going to pull this up the rail. Just be careful of the speed. Might be able to cheat it to come across, but I don't see the point. That was that stroke he had earlier that he didn't like so much. Kind of just let up at the very end a little bit, so a bit more distance away from the 7, but also guarding against the 8, I guess.
Yeah, and I think this is his forte. I love watching him shoot this shot where he punches around 2 rails. Yeah. Didn't quite get through that ball how he liked either. It's going to be fine.
And now to get on the board at 3-1. Did have a dry break there in game number 4, so it'll be Ko Ping to break here in game number 5. Okay. Looks like it's 2-1. Mario He over Albin Ouschan. Mario to break on table number 2.
And what a break he has. Look at how square the hit is. He is crushing them, Jeremy.
Yeah, it's a little a la SVB, really. I mean, or Kachi even. Really, only 2 that really lay into the rack and consistently make the 1. Now, Shane hasn't played that break much this week. He's toned it down a bit. But Mario been super impressive. Had a couple golden breaks with it.
These guys make it look so easy for you folks at home. Give it a try. Work on your cut break with the 9 on the spot. See how many months it takes you to get the cue ball to stun back and forth towards the 9.
Yeah, and you know, there's a bunch of ways to do it. You can maneuver it a little bit here and there, which I don't know about the rest of America, but in the Dallas area, a lot of players are playing this way, and there's a tour there, the DFW tour, which has been a long-running, you know, regional tour there in the Dallas area. And he kept this real simple again. Had a couple different safety options that he chose the more simple route overall, but pretty easy kick.
Maybe he's just being nice to his little brother.
Family-like.
And you were saying about the break, Jeremy?
I was just saying that they do use that 9 on the spot, and it's been pretty popular back home overall.
Yeah, I think it's the best way to play the game now.
Oh, He knew that scratch was there, just narrowly going by the 7. So it's been like 3 ball in hands he's given up in this match and a race to 5. Watch how close he comes by the 7 here.
No excuse to not get out here.
He's going to slide a little straighter than he wanted. Should still be able to work the cue ball. Probably wanted a hair more angled just to make everything more simple.
A lot of players, including Nguyen Antoine, might stun forward with that bend cue ball. I don't think Ko will do that.
No, he gets a lot out of that shot anyways. I think if it was a hair more necessary, he wouldn't mind doing it, that's for sure. But like you said, when the ball in hand came about, really big favorite to get out here, the way the balls lay. Just going to draw underneath here. Oh, he came above.
Below and above. He's going to get a rub. This has gotten a little funnier. He can do the same thing he just did, or just go forward if he's missing the lower right corner.
Yeah, I think he's got to do that. And he's got to ease it in and get that gap between the 8 and 9. I think drawing it, whew, you're asking for a lot of trouble here. You just got to use your touch. Should beat this lower right corner, Scott mentioned, maybe 2-3 inches on the bottom rail.
He looks to be drawing it, Jeremy.
Taking a lot of distance then. Smart shot, though.
And here he can wrap around 1, 2, 3 to the short side, or possibly come down straight with a top ball, maybe a check inside. These guys typically like to wrap the ball around.
Well, you know the cue ball is going to react a little more like you know it normally does. Whereas if you hit the top ball, you know it could bend on you a little.
And that ball continued to drop. He's fine, and what a clean hit.
Just going to go forward a little bit for the 9 in the side. It'll be Ko Ping Chung to break in the next. So I wouldn't say, you know, the best match I've ever seen from Ko Ping Yi, but real solid, very efficient overall. Played a couple simple safeties to get some racks on the side. Here's Albin Ouschan trailing 3-1 to Mario He. I think you missed this, Scott, where he was playing filler earlier and miscued on the break and didn't open the rack. Filler ended up 3-fouling him.
I was watching it while I was at the room, and tells you what a fan I am of the WNT. But anyway, did you see that when he was on to Albin, he kicked 2 rails to the 1, scattered the stack, and didn't get a rail?
Yeah, it was a pretty funny kind of situation between the two. All right, we'll get you back to table 2 as quick as we can. Now, Ko Ping Chung to break. He's going to be near the 2 ball, so good signs so far, even though he trails in this match.
Yeah, a lot of action on the 9 here.
No worries here, right? I thought he'd come out for the
top
red.
left.
Yeah, the red and the top left. Just come 1 rail between the 6-8 here. Is he going to elevate the cue instead? Wow.
Well, the top left looks natural. Maybe there's something we're not seeing.
No, he's going there now. Just open up the cue ball a little bit is all. Wow, way light. It's going to work, but probably maybe he was worried about getting over the 4, maybe near the rail. Can he go forward, dodging the 5?
I believe he can, but he looks to want to draw this 1 rail out. But boy, it sure looks like he can use a pinch of high right and just come 2 rails out. They like to do this, though, the brothers.
Okay, just a little kill spin here to come 1-2 cushion straight up at the 5. Just maybe a foot or so, 2 feet right, 1.5 feet right of the 8. It looks like he got a hair pass straight in, which will not improve things too much, but make it a little easier where he doesn't have to shoot the 7 from a little distance.
If you ever want to emulate your game after a player, choose one of these two. If you can.
All right, Ko Ping Chung surviving this set so far, trails 4-2. Stay tuned. We'll be back momentarily. We're back here. It's US1 Billiards in West Haven, Connecticut. Mario He on table 2, you can see, is up 3-2 on Albin Ouschan. Presently snookered, kicking at the 2. Both these two need some wins. One of them will get one of them not so much. Now Ko Ping Yi to break ahead 4-2 over Little Brother. Little Brother got the best of him in the first match. Maybe it was yesterday or the day before. I think it was yesterday. Ko Ping Yi trying to return the favor. Not his best hit there. Knew he got a little quick.
Yeah, and you can see what happens when the hit goes away. Three. It's not straightforward, that's for certain. I don't know if you can make it from the bottom end of this table. It's close. Doesn't look like it from this view.
I like the gamble that he's looking at. Just knock the 1 in and come 2 rails and get a little thin on the 2, like right where he's at there. to maybe go 3 rails or play the same shot that his big brother played in one of the first games of this match. Kind of draw it with low outside and let it really spread off the second rail.
You had a kind of gap between the 5 and 6, maybe?
Could
with
be,
the
yeah.
2?
Yeah, absolutely. He decided to play safe instead.
Rarely see that. Tells me he did not like where he was.
Well, with the 8-9 the way it was, he could have made the 1 and kind of banged the 2 around, holding the cue ball right where the 2's at, put it down here by the 3, really.
Yeah, that would have been worth a lot more value if he executes it.
Yeah, the 3 might get opened here.
And it did. So maybe that was part of the plan, but
this
wasn't.
Thing. Exactly. That's why you have to maybe attack. Well, I don't like that one. I like the long up to the top cushion.
Yeah, and you like it because if you catch just the right side of the 1, heavy, the 6 is big, and even the left side of the 1.
It's all about speed. Just imagining if you do catch one side of those, what's the correct speed? And it won't be Mach 5. It won't be babied, but it won't be a ton of speed, I don't think. Oh, what a hit. What a hit. Really good.
Yeah, amazing, actually.
And again, when you talk about kicking safe, the route, of course, has to make sense, but it's really about the speed and what percentage-wise, if I catch it this way or that way, what good can happen, and those speeds are very similar usually. Gonna take this one on.
He's missed this to the thin side quite a bit, looking for cover on the pink.
And you can tell a little smile from Ko Ping. I wonder if they talk like me and my brother would in this match like that, maybe in Mandarin or something. You know, you lucky sucker, or something like that.
Yeah, shout out to Drew.
Yeah.
Oh,
beauty.
Very well planned. Like the 1 to settle just a little. But still, what a great idea.
This long ball has really kind of eluded Ko Ping at times this week, where I thought really when he's really feeling it and at his best, he really is one of the best when leveling out with the long ball.
You could chop this one over and get cover behind the 8, 9, and 6. Oh, what a hit. Touch of outside on it, Jeremy, or running English.
You know, what I like about him is he doesn't really quiver. Once he comes down, he just trusts what he sees and, you know, tries to deliver the stroke he imagines. This is a big shot. This could catch the pink here coming out because he has to put so much speed. May not grab immediately to draw.
Yeah, he can't beat the 5, can he?
Well, I think so. He's not going to beat the 5, but.
Might go kicking this in. It's a pretty big ball. Problem is, if he shoots the pink, makes the 3, the 7 could be a problem. He looked at kicking it in.
Yeah, he's supposed to edge this, I think, on the short side of the 3 here and run the cue ball up the table. It might require left-handed. This is a big mistake. It's always going to leave a jump, though, I thought.
Yeah, he was trying to weld him, I think, to the back of the 6. I liked your call. Edging it, coming around.
Yeah, he may have had to go southpaw for us on that shot, but I think it was still probably, you know, the percentage play.
Well, being kind to the little brother. Depending on the angle here, might just draw back a pinch.
You can see, pretty important to have the right angle or somewhat straight here on the 8. Doesn't want to get an angle falling away or too steep on either side. So real smart to keep it simple there. Always had the line on the 8. Just every inch it gets closer, it just gets better. All right, 4-3, inching ever closer to a heel-heel match, which we all love seeing. Table 2. Mario He putting together a little head of steam here.
Yeah, especially after he just defeated Gorst on table 1, 5-2.
That's right. 4-2 is going to be our score there. Not sure who won the lag, but you can watch that on your Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Ping Chung to break. Wouldn't say he's been better than anyone this week, but just as good or not far behind. Cue ball, see you later.
Hasta la vista.
Yeah, that's how he opened this match, and could be how he finishes it. You know, and you got to say a little thick, but when it arcs under the rack and back under the rack and then takes the spin to come cross side, maybe just something you can't predict there.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Wow, is this a little steep? He'll be okay.
Yeah, he'll need to drift all the way up just next to the 7, though.
Either that or take a steeper cut on the purple. Well, about ideal.
Yes, it was. And always coming at the 7, never the threat of getting behind it. So one more nice kill stroke here coming across. He's going to roll it with a little English. Got it a little thick. Ooh. See a little shrug of this with a smile there.
Jeremy, I really do like the sound of these pockets. The table just tells you when you hit the ball crisp.
Right, just setting up for a little natural stun to the left long rail. I believe anyways, maybe a half a tip of left English. May not even use the rail. I think he does though. Yeah, so they're going to split the first 2 meetings. They may have a third. We shall see. It's going to go to the extension. So not over yet. Anytime the extension is needed. There's a little question mark. Not much, though. There you have it. Ko Ping Yi did deserve the win. Ko Ping Chung. They'll both be back. 5-3 was the score, so stay tuned for more pool from US1 Billiards.
Mario, he's at the table on table 2. He's 4-3 up against his good friend Albin Ouschan. But unfortunately, they are at the bottom of the table. The 10 players in white are the 10 players that are left in this year's Premier League pool. The players in red was eliminated last night. Albin Ouschan only just sneaked through, but it's Shane Van Boening right at the top of the table by 1 point. Filler is closing in, Frosty.
Yeah, and we're going to get treated to a special one tonight, SVB versus Filler at the end of the night, closing it out. So you never know what could happen there.
Yes, and it's going to be Joshua Filler playing back-to-back matches here on table 1. What a couple of matches we have got left for you here on table 1. He's playing Ping Chung. Here's the lag.
And it looks like Filler might not get it. Yeah, this is also, I think, a big match for SVB, and he's not even playing. Don't worry, he's staying warm. I don't think he's left that back corner practice table since his last match. And the 1 gets kissed in by the pink 4.
For a moment, I thought he may be able to go rail first. Yes, that's not the break we've just seen. I thought he could have gone rail first to pop the 2, but the Nineball come over at the last second and spoilt the party.
Well, if Ko happens to win this match, he will get within 1 of Filler. And it will help SVB out. So I don't know if he's playing to the kick and stick. Your favorite shot, Carl Boys? Or if he's looking to kick behind this and stick. Both are kick and sticks, just done differently. Oh, very clever. Clipping it, going in, Carl.
Yeah, that is a naughty shot. It really is. He's played it with a bit of spin as well. How well did he judge this one?
It was hard for me to tell that he could even see that ball. That's about all he could do there. Made a nice full hit. 2 collides into the 9. What does Filler have up his sleeve here? And another clean hit. And this one might be a little tougher to get to.
He could come off the bottom rail, off the side rail and hit it, but it's hard to see how he gets safe. But is he jumping through the gap as a kick?
Wow. Pretty classy. Just to hit the ball, but he played to go to that rail first.
He's going to send the cue ball back up to the 4, use the 6 ball to hook his opponent. And look at this, another good safety shot.
Yeah, you can't jump this one, Carl. Can you see a sliver of the 2? He's going to come to the backside of this too and hope for something good. I believe he's called his extension. Looking to make... Oh, look at this. Did he get it? Well, he did get it. He got the hook. The crowd loves it. This was intended.
Can he two-rail kick the two ball in the corner? This will bring the room down. Is he going one rail into it hard?
Yeah.
Yes.
Carl mentioned, is he going one rail to it hard? And Carl noticed right away he elevated the cue. That's what told us that. Going to the middle here. So does he play the 3 in the lower right, or does he try to come around? Yeah, this is smart. Wants it to settle.
Can he avoid the scratch going forward? Wow, Scott, it wasn't easy, was it? He felt like you were going to scratch. Have a look how close the cue ball goes. He was trying to pinch a bit of the rail, and it's hung up.
Yeah, and I don't know that he could have caught it any better. Maybe a fraction thinner, but he was concerned the white would go straight into the middle. Filler with a real opportunity to take game number 1. And you'd like to bet on him here. Little surprise for Mr. Filler. You think he'll step it up a notch? I don't know how you can, but his better half, Pia Filler, surprised him about 45 minutes ago. I've got a really bad echo in my headset, like worse than it's been all week. Is there something I'm doing wrong? The mic is in the same spot.
Well, the opening rack here has had a little bit of everything. But it's Filler who pots the 9 to go 1 up. Joshy Filler is just 1 point behind the lead at SVB. Fedor Gorst is in 5th position on 11. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz is in 7th position, but they're on the same points. It's Mr. Woodward who's joining them in 6th, so this is a big match as well. Frosty on table 2.
Yeah, without a doubt, at this point, they all seem fairly big. Albin Ouschan definitely needs a boost. I expected FSR to do a little bit more today. Back to table 1. And that's a rarity. Filler not getting the 1 down. I believe the black 8 has covered the shot up. Where do you roll out here, Carl boys?
Where do you roll out here? I mean, would he roll the 4 ball into the rail next to the 5?
I like that call. Is he entertaining the jump? I don't believe so. I like that call. That's Filler-esque.
problem with this is you've no dead balls, have you, Scott?
And the other problem is you see it all the time when a guy tries to roll to the single rail. The speed is really hard to get the cue ball near frozen.
Didn't quite get there, but you could see if the cue ball did go behind the red 3, Ping Chung's got a kick at a ball with no safe balls. I mean, he's still kicking at this with no safe balls.
Yeah, he's looking to cross this. Heavy, come up in between the gap if he makes it. Yeah, you would expect him to put a little more effort into that ball. I felt like he could have caught it thicker with maybe a more check side ball. You just don't want to allow this man to see all of the object ball. He will punish you. Yeah, like I said, Carl, he will punish you. So maybe a little bit of a lackadaisical effort on Ping Chung's side.
Well, if he'd have rolled the 4 ball into that little gap, he'd be kicking at this with a bit of insurance. Now he's got none. He needs to hit this ball.
Yeah, very good call there. Wow.
Beautiful. He's beautiful, but he didn't get away with it. It's a good hit.
Bending that cue ball with low English. Watch it bend here.
Three rails over to the left side of the table. Here she comes, using the 4th rail as well. He can just stun the cue ball onto the right hand side rail where the 9 ball is. Oh, has he got too much into it? He did get too much into it. He didn't want a collision with a 9. Wonder if the pink 4 goes past that 5, Scott.
Yeah, he just put his cue in a weird spot that almost told me it doesn't, but it... Oh, look at this. Doesn't want to clip the 9 in, does he? And it looks from here, Carl, like it did go.
Yeah. If it does go, he can still cut this ball in. It's not easy because the pocket's not in your eye line. It's a shot that a lot of players don't really like. I would imagine you'd be quite good at this shot, Scott.
Yeah, I do like this shot with a center inside ball. He might go 2 rails at the 9 in the right middle as well.
Ooh, feeling frosty this evening.
Well, it's there. I don't know that he even needs much check side English. It's going to come tight around this corner, but yeah, he's going to put a little inside on it. Oh, and he's caught. Look at the pace, though. If he heads towards the 9, it might have gone.
Yeah, has he missed a little trick there?
And that will be an error. Didn't want to catch the 9 when he was playing position on the pink 4.
He's let that cue ball run away a little bit. The pot is not the issue. It just means the cue ball's got a bit more distance, so he's got to control it. I think he can come over to the left side.
Yeah, I agree. He likes to go low. He's going low again. So is he going low below the 7 and 8? He doesn't want to catch that ball.
Well, Ko decided to go low. And it's gone wrong.
Yeah, and I like your call there, Carl. You can avoid all that traffic with a follow ball.
Watch out, cue ball.
Interesting play. He could have made that ball in the top right. Once again, I just don't feel like you want to give this man too many opportunities at the table.
Yeah, look at the shot he's eyeing up here. He's trying to use the brown 7 or the 8 ball to lay the hook. Got to get the cue ball on the bottom rail where his cue stick was. How's the pace? It's a big target, you see. He's got to keep going. Just found the window in between.
I thought he could maybe bank the 6 back up towards this lower rail and use the 7 and 8 the other way and send the cue ball to the top left. Maybe that shot wasn't on. A lot of these 9-ball players like to thin the ball versus carry the object ball. Oh, what a hit that was. Hit it with speed, ensured the make. This is all making the ball here. Probably one rail out and just kill his cue ball. And so nicely done. His transition on that particular shot is something we'd all like to emulate.
Well, we're only 2 racks in here, and we're seeing some shots that come up in the game of 9-ball. And that's why we love to watch this fast-paced game. It's fast, it's furious. Sometimes it's a little wacky. Table 2 is now tied at 1-1. Just look at the matches that we've got going on here.
They could all be finals of a world title event. Fedor, Gorst, 11 of 19. Ruiz, also 11 of 19, but in the 7 spot. Gorst in the 5 spot. This obviously comes down to racks 1. And that's the hit, Carl. A rough kiss on the purple 5.
Yeah, it's the arc below the stack, isn't it? That seems to be the break when the one goes in and you get a decent split on the ball.
And here we go again with the tactical side of the game, and this is what we love about this rack, right, Carl? The 9 on the spot, 4-inch pockets. You can't guarantee anything off the break, besides maybe the 1, and that's not even easy.
I'm not against rolling the 6 ball a little further to leave a 2-rail kick.
That's all right. I like that as well, actually. You could go to the 2-rail kick 2 different ways. Here he goes again to the bottom rail.
What's he got planned here, do you think, Scott? Is he going to go at the bank, or is that too wild?
I'll tell you what, Fedor rarely passes up a push out, and he did here, so that tells us this is not easy by any means. I think the drag over safety behind the 8 and 5 is tough. I don't mind your shot going at the bank. I also don't mind just banking the 2 back down, maybe splitting the 3 and 9. But the problem is the return from that from Filler could be devastating. The bank, if his percentage-wise is as good as the safety, you could almost go for the bank.
Played your shot, Frosty, didn't you? Nothing wrong with that.
No, I just feel like Filler's going to really damage him here.
Maybe that's what Filler thought. Maybe he thought if he goes for the bank and gets it, fair play. It's not easy. And if he splits the 2 balls, I might play the same shot with the 6 ball, possibly the 7 ball as a hook.
Yeah, and I tell you what shot Filler's great at here is that drag shot with outside ball, trying to bend the cue ball softly 2 rails tight in behind the brown 7. The problem is the 2 won't travel too much, so he might want more distance here. Let's see if he drags it behind the 7.
Is he kicking it?
Oh, he is kicking it.
Wow,
I didn't like that.
Yeah.
Just because of where that 6 was and where the 9 was.
Can't pot it in the side pocket. Camera 1 sometimes fools you into thinking he can play it in the middle, but overhead he can't. But you think if he hits the 6 ball, it'll fall.
Yeah, watch the snooker, even though the pink is all the way over. Oh, he's made clear of that. Got lucky, a little double kiss there. 2 might have followed in.
Loaded it with loads of left spin, didn't he, Scott, to get the cue ball all the way up there. That was the skill in that shot.
This is a little thinner than it looks, Carl. Yeah, notice the 2 not in the pocket by any means. He is moving. 10-second mark. Well, this is the problem. It was so thin. He's going to finish directly behind the 5. It's really all he could do. He played that. Played it with a bunch of class as well. Possibly going to get another inning out of it. Carl, do you think he drags below the 7, or is he going to attack?
7.
Yeah, I don't know. It's close. I think he can see this ball. At least half of it, maybe to bank it back down. Well, once again, well, he is going to the full cue.
Chipping off the left edge.
Oh, this might end up real good. Needs to lengthen out. It's not going to happen.
That's what's good about a smaller pocket, though, Scott. In a club table, this rack's over. Filler slams the ball in the top right corner. On a 4-inch pocket, you feel like you don't have to be, this shot, you just turn around and say fair play if he knocks this in.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's all you can do. And fair play it is, but he's got no rough bump on this ball. He's going to have to play this to the top right and swing around for the purple in the same pocket.
Oh, he's made this look very easy indeed. It's very easy to hit the top rail there on that shot.
Yeah, look at the control as well. Probably kill this ball. He's so good at killing that ball. Gets the most out of it. didn't have much to kill.
Just a winning machine is Phil. Doesn't matter what game, what country, what table. He just wins.
Yeah, this young man is designed to destroy. Filler. 2-1.
Yeah, 2-1. I'm going to take a quick break, get yourself a drink, and come back to join the end of this match. Plenty of action here at the US1 Billiards. I don't just mean the Premier League pool. Some of the fans are hitting balls right in front of us, Scott. It's all going on here. And Sanchez Ruiz is playing Fedor Gorst. It's 2-2 on table 2. If you want to watch that, Matchroom Multisport, as always. There is no comms, but if you stay with us, we will keep you updated. As usual, what's he got here? Ooh, it's tight.
Yeah, and another almost perfect hit from Filler. Never a doubt with the 1 in the middle. He can make the 2. Cue ball tracking below the 3. Going to reevaluate here. Did he get short side for the right middle? Does it play?
If it does, he'll just bump into the purple 5.
Wow. Not thrilled here. He's elevated over the 8. He's contending with the left middle, and you can see the overhead here. This isn't much fun. Can he cut this in the side? He's going to elevate. He wants to draw it and beat the side pocket. He's calling the extension, Carl.
Yeah, it's always a bit nasty, I thought, when it's just past the middle. Sometimes it's a bit like, what do I do here?
I think he can elevate. Going to the defense, I think. Well, he was pretty quick. Might have lost this ball, and I think he has, Carl. This is a big mistake from Filler. We saw a slight error last game. So he is human.
He's queuing down on this ball. He'll play this with a bit of left spin.
Watch the brown ball. He's going to clear it. Great hit.
Yeah, this is nice, this. Good shot, that, from Ping Chung. Got a bit of an angle. Yeah, he'll top this ball. He's just in between. This is what happens when the player's up and down. Means it's not, he feels it's not quite natural.
You can figure it out.
Oh, this is good. This is very good. So good with the cue ball. Not just Ping Chung, his brother as well. The masters with the rock.
Yeah, you've always pointed that out, Carl, and so accurate you are. These guys probably have the tightest cue ball on tour.
Well, we said we've got a few games left this evening, some classic games. Obviously the two games that are going on right now, and on his practice table in the practice area, of course, it's SVB training, because he's going to be playing Joshua Filler on table 1 next. That will be the last match of the evening. And if Filler wins this point, Scott, against Ping Chung, they'll be battling it out to see who tops the table coming into tomorrow.
Yeah, and I don't think Filler can top Shane, but he can tie him. Or can he top him? Yeah, so he can top him. And I think I did mention that at the beginning.
Let's have a look at this cue ball. Does it arc under the 9 or towards the 9? It does. Got away with one. That's another rare thing you see on a pool table. Watch the one ball. It hits that near jaw, arcs round the other jaw, hugs the rail, and goes in the top pocket. Now, where's this 3 ball finished? Oh, it's finished in the bucket.
6 ball. But the 5 does lead to it.
Yeah, Scott spotted that. What he means by that is, if you can imagine if the pink ball was the purple, it's difficult to get on the green 6, but because of the purple 5 is next to the green 6, as long as Ko gets on this, it dresses up beautiful. Round the back of the 9.
I don't think anybody hits that stun with an outside ball better than little Ko.
Yeah, he's a small man. He's very slender. But I tell you what, you have to scrape him off a pool table if you're going to beat him.
A lot of top players would care who wins this match if you're in SVB's position. I promise you. He doesn't care who wins this match. All he's worried about is what he's going to do next. Filler, he definitely cares. Because he's on the other end of it, Carl. And Ping Chung finally takes the lead.
Yeah, 3-2 over Filler on table 2. That match is tied between Ruiz and Gorst. Well, look at this. Ruiz is at the table. Told you at the start of the match, both these players, Scott, are tied on 11 points. Ruiz is in 7th, Gorst is in 5th, but they're on 11 points.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen the best of either of these two guys this week. Jeremy Jones mentioning a possible bit of fatigue for Gorst, possibly for both. I mean, they are playing a lot of pool. They have been playing a lot of pool. So a big match for both of them. Ruiz picking up the pace. Looks pretty good. I expected him to pick up the pace. The more value there was in every match. I also felt the same for Gorst. Ruiz coming up a fraction straight. Yeah, and this is tricky on table 2. Filler to break on table 1. Gets a ball down, doesn't get the 1 down. Ruiz going to take a minute on table 2, Carl.
Yeah, just wants to make sure. Filler just wants to be careful that the 1 doesn't follow the 7. So he had to play it slow. How's the cue ball for Ruiz? How's the cue ball? He's sat on top. He's going to have to play the bank into the side.
It looks like he let up just a little bit. It looks like he came down on the cue ball versus stayed through the top. It didn't bend like it usually does. But what's that matter, Carl?
Yeah, good bank shot in the end. Filler just slides past the 2. If he'd have flicked it, he'd have been dead. Used to wind me up that when I used to play, you know, when like Ruiz plays the positional shot and it goes wrong and they just bank it in the side. I used to just sit in my chair and like just get a little angry in my head.
At least you're honest.
That's Nineball though, isn't it? It's a game where it's all in the head, isn't it? You've got to manage all this.
Oh, it really is all in the head. I think that when you're not at the table, you've got to do anything but stress on what your opponent's doing. You're not in control. Just let it happen, let it unfold. When it's your turn, it's your turn.
Wise words indeed.
Boy, he seemed quick there. It's going to turn out just fine. He doesn't mind the long ball. You've mentioned that so many times, and this isn't necessarily long, but I felt like he didn't have to come all the way around. That's what Filler does.
This one could go all the way. Are we going to be treated to a 1-rack shootout? We're going to find out after a short break. Well, just before the break, we're seeing Francisco bank the 9 to take a 4-3 lead. Both players are laughing there because I think Gorst got away with one. It's good to see the players having fun out there as well as competing and putting on a show for everybody.
Yeah, such light-hearted guys, FSR and Gorst. Well, this is twice, I believe, or at least I know Fedor did this as well. He's lifting his arm up in apology, but I wouldn't apologize here. This is far from straightforward.
This is why this break rule was voted in, because it's not just guaranteed. Back in the day when the one ball was on the spot, anyone could hit the head ball and the wing ball would fly straight in. It was complete nonsense, utter nonsense.
Yeah, Carl, and I've got to bring a point up. There's a couple good players at home that talk about this being all luck. I feel it's the opposite, right? I think this brings in the tactical side of the game, and it really shows who's boss. Like, you need to know all about the game versus just being able to make the ball.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think the 4-inch pocket as well has brought that into play. But I just think the break shot, I like the fact that there's a break where you can actually pot the ball if you hit it good. You can pot the one ball if you hit it good. But if you're a little bit fat or a little bit thin, it's going to hit them points, isn't it? Or go high and low.
Yeah, and there's no luck in that. These guys make it look so easy, and I mentioned it in Jeremy and I's last match. Go ahead and give it a shot. Try to perfect it. It won't come overnight.
Well, has Ko pushed out and he's going to spin this in?
Yeah, I'm a little questioned on some of his pushes. Obviously, he's one of the greatest players to ever walk, but boy, he's left this difficult. He wanted to come over a little more to the left, I believe, so he could wrap around two rails, but he didn't want to make it easy for Fedor.
Listen, Scott, you're entitled to your opinion, and just because Ko's a beast doesn't mean he's going to do certain parts of the game at the top. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think this probably is, if he has a weakness, it's this. It's not that.
Well, he just slammed that ball in. I mean, obviously he was trying to run around with a bit more spin.
I believe he can make this two ball. This might be the best two shots made all tournament if he gets this two down. Unbelievable. Does the 7 ruin his party?
Listen, he has potted 2 fabulous balls, but if you filler, you would sit in your chair all season and let him fire at them too.
Well, that's a valid point. Very valid point. All due to the push out that I don't think Fedor would ever want to face. Oh, Carl. The man is showing off.
He's making you look stupid in the con box, Scott.
Well, that's not hard to do.
The 3 shots he's just played there. Unbelievable.
Literally unbelievable. This is the best 3 shots of the tournament. He is even laughing. And I don't think I've ever seen him laugh.
Well, Phil has stopped laughing. He was laughing after the first shot.
Fair point. Boy, wouldn't it be a disaster if he didn't get out here. All of that amazing work. Oh. Has he come up a little thin? I'm not wishing it on him, but he's got another grin.
Well, Scott, that was simply filth. Pure filth on a pool table. And it's only to get on the hill. 4-3 to go. Look at Filler. This was the 2-ball from the overhead. It did go in the pocket. Here we go.
Yeah, and this ball's not frozen, not even close. It makes it so much more difficult. Gets hooked on the brown 7 and then spears the 3 in with the short cue.
Yeah, this was the airborne shot, not just potting it, to control it, not to kiss the 9-ball. Look how close he goes. Spins it round off the 3. And the opening shot after the push out, the 1-ball, was just as good. 3 phenomenal shots. Over on table 2, that match has gone hill.
Yeah, so we've got action in the building. And I think the 1 out of all of those might have been the toughest shot.
What's he got here? Gorst. Is this the opening shot? Filler could be in trouble. Oh, Fedor didn't want to bump the 2. He knew the 3-ball was there.
Yeah, he did know the 3 was there, and then back to table 1. This break off by Filler, a little questionable. Never a good sign when you have clusters like this. He's coming around, needs the purple, And he's not going to get it. It's been the story of this match. He's left a couple gaps. Does Kopini fire the 2-9 in, Carl?
Well, if he does, what a finish to the match this would be.
No way. But the only reason I say that is if he tries to come off the thin side of the 2, the 6 and 8 could be big balls. Boy, it looks like he's eyeing this down. This would be one for the highlight reel.
At what pace do you think you should hit this with? Because if you play it at pocket pace, nothing else is going to happen. If he whacks it, anything could happen.
Probably around 70 mile an hour.
Ko!
He's made it! He has absolutely speared this. 4 of the best shots we've seen all tournament long, Carl boys.
Scott, just how difficult is this shot, by the way?
Unbelievable. Off the back rail. Nothing but net.
Well, that's what you've got to do to beat Joshua Filler. It's as simple as that. That was insane stuff. Listen, don't go anywhere because while we catch our breath and get a bit of fresh air, it's going to get worse. It's Filler versus SVB next. Welcome back to US 1 Billiards, the home of Jason Shaw. This is where this year's Premier League pool has been brought to by the WNT, and it's been a success so far. This is day 6. If you've missed the action, let's take a look at the leaderboard. SVB sits at the top. He's been there a while. He's only 1 point in front of the man in second, Joshua Filler. However, he does have a game in hand. And Ko Ping Yi, his brother Ping Chung. What a talented family them two are.
Yeah, we just witnessed a display of ball pocketing that I don't know I've ever seen before on 4-inch pockets. And now Filler has to respond. He's got an opportunity, Carl, to tie the man that's been leading pretty much the entire way. One thing I will say, Carl, is that SVB's been pretty good at the lag for the most part all week. And this time, not so much.
And so Filler gets this match underway. There's the 1 ball. And he's got to look at the 2.
Yeah, and yesterday it seemed like it was tougher for him to get a look at the 2. Today, not so much the case.
This is the last match of the evening. A result just coming from table 2, and it was Ruiz over Gorst. Hill 5-4 to Sanchez Ruiz. So that is play done on table 2. And what a match we've got here to finish day 6.
Yeah, I don't think we've got 2 better players in the building this week, except for maybe the man that just got done. He's playing at the level 2. Ping Chung is doing some serious damage. Filler pretty flat on the 5. Would like to go forward just a bit. Notice the 7 above the left middle. The 8 down below the 9. Well, he'd like to get close to straight here. He doesn't want much of a bounce, Carl. And he can manage this. It's a full ball hit. He wants to get the most out of this draw. Oh, so clean.
Yeah, the cue ball's just come up for Filler. Starts this match off with a break and run.
Wondering how big of an advantage it is for Filler, even though he took the loss, to play right back up on the same table. I know Shane's not cold. He's been warming up for about the entirety of this event. I don't think I've seen the man eat since I've been here. And I mean from the beginning. And I'm being serious about that.
Well, when does he eat then? Breakfast, and then just when he's done? Is that his game plan? Is that his routine?
Well, I heard Jeremy Jones, when you were talking with him, say pretty much does the same thing like a lot of elite athletes over and over and over. It makes a lot of sense. Creatures of habit, the champions are. Joshua Filler lives on hamburgers. Back at table 1, SVB needs to get the 1 down. Oh, and he just sneaks it in, gets a bad kiss on the cue ball. He's probably going to be over the 8. Well, that helped him.
Yeah, that is okay, isn't it? Cue ball couldn't finish in a worse spot, really, but the fact that the 3 ball is near the side, the pink 4 stayed over the hole, so position is guaranteed.
Really big rack for Van Boening. You can play the 9 in the top right where the pink is now due to the position of the 8. Really here, pretty self-explanatory. You'd like to get good on the 6 following this 4. Is he going to go rail first and come up? Well, he is. I'm a little surprised. He's going to be thinner than I thought. Well, this is going to lay natural with a center ball, 6 to the same pocket. If he'd like, he's going to spin tight to the right middle, Carl.
Yeah, when the balls are like this, you just don't expect any of these players to make a mistake here. It's almost like just set them up. Let's get to the next rack.
Well, you can tell Van Boening feeling good. You can just see it. Really precise, that bridge, nice and tight.
Nicely done. Very nicely done indeed. And what I've noticed with this Premier League pool is all the big names, they've really rose up to the occasion. I know Jason Shaw's not had the tournament he wanted, but it can't be easy playing out your own pool room when there's obviously been a lot of organising to do leading up to this event. Other than Jason Shaw, really, you can't really argue with a top 10. And even if Jason Shaw would have made the top 10, just look at the players. Who would you swap him out with anyway? So I think the top 10 is more than deserved.
No, I totally agree. One name in that top 10 that's at number 9 right now, Victor Zielinski. I'm a little surprised he started out really on fire, especially with this finish in Boston at the rankings event after winning that. Expected him to stay solid all the way through. He's dropped pretty heavily over the last 48 hours. In another tactical game, we will see one of the craftiest men in the rollout game, in my opinion. I study his game hard, Joshua Fedor. He does call the push, and that means he will push the cue ball anywhere he wants. It'll be his opponent's option to shoot. If he doesn't like it, he can give it back. Boy, how do you play a push out to hope to leave him to the super thin side of the 2? I mean, you just don't know how thick you're going to leave him there. The cue ball control had to be great in order for SBB to even be considering this.
Shane's having a good look. He's having a good look.
Yeah, it looks super thin, Carl. Can you put any spin on this? He's going to use the 4 and 5. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think his cue stick hit the railing. Uses a very long stick, does Shane.
Well, this leads back to how clever Filler is and the cue ball control he needed to allow Shane to just see the sliver of the two, and I think he can make this. Shane will not be happy about that. Not only can he make it, Carl, he could work the cue ball.
Yeah, he never looked happy, Shane, did he, with the shot?
Well, it was so thin. But I guess that's putting pressure on him, right? Doesn't want to give Filler the rollout back. He can handle almost any angle here on the 6. Even this one, I assume. Play the 7 in the lower left if needed.
Yeah, you just got a good view of the exact angle Filler's got.
Well, he doesn't want to go where he put his Q-tip, so he's going to go forward.
Hits that shot so good as well, excuse me. Joshua Filler loves playing SVB. You might ask why, but it's simple. Josh respects Shane's game. He respects what he's won in the sport of pool.
Yeah, and he gets up for it, doesn't he, Carl?
Yes, he does. He does get up for it. And he's up for it here with a nice run out there. And it's Joshua Filler who takes a 2-1 lead. SVB, 40 years of age now, I believe, Scott.
Yeah, he is 40 years old. The hardest working American player probably ever been. No exaggeration. Needs a shot on the 2. He's got it, but once again, he's got work to do. Pink 4. Looks like it'll play past the green 6. Yeah, and it does. Needs a big timeout here.
It'll also go in the pocket where the 2 ball went if he wants to risk sliding in this gap.
And he's gotten pretty straight. He doesn't like it. He's almost got the angle. I would bet that he's drawn to the purple 5 if he snatches back. I think he can power it back. He's so good at that. He could hit the gap that you're talking about as well. This is not going to work out in his favor.
Previous shot on the 2 ball didn't get on the 3 how he wanted. Didn't leave a natural angle. You might hear us talk about these natural angles. And the pace he had to play it, he had to force it into the gap, and it's gone wrong. He's going to 3-rail kick this, try and pot it in the middle or the top.
And it's gone wrong. Carl, I don't want to upset any Americans, but you just get the feeling all week long that Filler has been right on his skirt tails. You just feel that way. And how impressive is that with the exhibition that Van Boening's put on all week? It just tells you the level of play these guys are really at. The best of the absolute best.
Yes, I agree, Scott. You know, Shane's, he's played flawless. He's still playing flawless, don't get me wrong. There's a long way to go in this tournament, but Filler's been right behind him. He's been waiting for this moment.
I'm not saying this match is over by any means. Shane's come back several times this week, but if Ko doesn't deliver that fascinating out and that combination, Filler had a chance to go 1 ahead closing tonight out if he wins this match. Ko defeats Filler last match, therefore that will not happen. We could easily have a tie.
SVB hooked himself on the pink 4 ball. He then kicked and scratched, ball in hand for the young German. It's 3-1.
Yeah. That look could be the same if he was up 3-1. It's, oftentimes tough to get a read on Shane. He did catch the 2 pretty heavy there last game to fall into that funny angle on the 3.
He's made the 8 ball. 1 ball goes into the top. I was just looking at Josh's wrist when he was breaking. Filler's part of the Rolex club, I see.
Yes, he is. Boy, I'll tell you what, the 4's finished funny. Pink 4's finished funny. The purple 5 is also a little awkward.
Can he flick the purple 5?
Ooh.
Ooh, yeah.
Is this what's going to happen? Oh, yes, it is.
It's funny, when you play somebody and you seem to beat them a fair bit, weird things happen in your favor.
Yeah. We like to say in America, the balls know who wants to win. Well, I think he caught the wrong side of that. I felt like he wanted to catch the left side of the 1, our left side. Van Boening not thrilled at this point. He is a perfectionist. It is a difference that I see between Filler and a lot of these guys. Filler's so good now that if he loses, he just takes it on the chin and moves on. Really hard to find any negative characteristics in him anymore, and I think he's really improved on that in this last year. Well, is he going to use the 9 to stop the cue ball here and play the pink in the top right?
Yep, well called. Well executed as well. Just one more good shot. It takes a lot of heart just to roll it, pocket speed up the rail. Long days for the players as well. You know, this is day 6. They're playing an afternoon session and a night session.
Yeah, not totally clean there. Caught the outside of the pocket. Only reason I point that out is it just says he's got room to go. Filler gonna take game number 5. SVB looking on.
Bit fortunate there, Philip. When he got the hook behind the 6, Shane had to play a jump shot.
I think this is like the moment and a point where you can kind of change history as far as the record between these two. If Filler's gotten the best of him as of late or what have you. Shane playing so good this week. If he could somehow come back and steal this match down 4-1, it could affect the future, at least for the next couple years with these two. It takes just something like that. That's how strong the mind is. Well, he's hit him bad. Caught him too thick. That's how he scratched in the left middle. I don't know if he caught the kiss. I'm sure he did. He caught it off the 9, Carl.
Yeah, another example where you're thinking, any chance, pal? Just give me a look at a ball. Filler's got ball in hand for the point. Both players look in good positions to advance to stage 3. 10 players left. The top 6 come to the end of tomorrow night's play, will advance. Then them 6 players will go again. The points will carry on through. So basically the players will play 5 matches, and then the top 4 out of the 6 will make our semi-finals. So Filler and Van Boening are in great positions to qualify for the final 6. They will meet again in that group round.
And I'm looking at this, Carl, and I might as well just ask you, I see that Van Boning's only played 18, and Filler's played 19, so that'll make Van Boening at 19 played and Filler at 20 played after this. Can you explain that?
Yeah, the round of 10 players left, which started this morning. You play 9 matches, so some guys are playing 5 today, 4 tomorrow.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you very much. He's kind of on the 50, right? The 5 plays in the lower right, I believe. He's going to punch around for the 6, 2 rails. Well, no problemo for Filler.
Yeah, so as Scott said, it looks like Filler's going to win this point. So he's going to go tied in points. Van Boening will have a game in hand.
Yeah, so Van Boening still, even though tied, kind of in the lead because he's got another opportunity to go one ahead. But on paper, they are tied after these two balls. It's been all filler this match, Carl. A couple things went against Shane, but he's got it done.
Yes, he has, in pretty convincing fashion as well. Filler, there you see what it means. 5-1 over SVB. They go joint in points.
Yeah, and I think right there, it's more of a mind game, that fist pump that he gave, than anything else. He wanted to make sure Shane Van Boening saw that. And it just tells Shane, I'm after you every time we play.
Right, let's have confirmation. If for some weird reason you are just joining us and you've not seen what has gone on, Ko Ping Chung picked up the points early on in both sessions. Look at the Ko brothers, Scott. Very interesting there, snapping up all the points on table one. Then we've just seen Filler, well, completely give Van Boening a bit of a boot in. Van Boening didn't do much wrong, didn't really get to see much. Filler did what he does best. Pot pool balls in a 5-1 win. Table 2, this is a recap. 5-2 for Gorst. Filler giving Albin Ouschan the donut. Albin then come back with a good solid win over Zielinski, who's dropped off the beat a little bit. And then Ruiz give Woodward the donut. He beat Ouschan. Albin Ouschan, things not quite going too well. And then Francisco Sanchez Ruiz with a big point over Fedor Gorst. And this is what it means. Joshua Filler is at the top of the leaderboard. That is wrong though, because Shane Van Boening is on 15 points as well. The Ko brothers, yeah, there we go. Just by magic, 15 points each, right on cue. Both the Ko brothers on 13 points. Scott, just a quick word about the Ko brothers. They've been phenomenal. They're well up there. I know we're talking about Josh and Shane. They've played lights out.
Yeah, they're going to be a tough duo to overcome. They're going to be a tough duo to overcome. They look solid as a rock. Both sides of them look solid as a rock. They just continue to climb. They've been silent, but extremely steady. So Van Boening and Filler better keep an eye on them.
Also, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, the defending champion, the world #1. We've been waiting for him to pounce. Today, he's pounced, Scott.
Yeah, and I've been saying that since last night. I felt like he was going to turn it on into the next gear, and he's done that. El Ferrari looking to do more damage tomorrow. He was last year's winner.
Right, let's have a look at the order of play tomorrow. Let's see what we're going to bring you. On table 1, SVB, back-to-back matches. He will love that. We know how much he loves to play pool. He has been relentless on the practice table this week. Then Ruiz, Albin Ouschan. Filler will then play back-to-back matches. Then it'll be the world #1 against SVB. What a lineup that is, by the way. That is just simply amazing if you love 9-ball pool. On table 2, what have we got for you? Ko Ping against Woodward. Woodward needs points. Woodward currently sits in 7th place, so he can still do the business. Ko Ping Chung back-to-back matches, and then we'll finish with Albin Ouschan and Skylar Woodward. Albin Ouschan has got it all to do. And you know where to find us, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. We will see you tomorrow. It's day 7.